Okay, we're starting that up too. All right, let me make sure everything's kosher over here. Oh, that can't be Helldivers, not yet. Just chatting. And this is going to be work/study live stream. Here, let's just capture this banner message here. There we go. Done. Save that. Okay, that's going. Let me reload to make sure that's correct. Okay, very good. Very, very good. Okay. So that's rolling. Now I'm just making sure the simulcast is running. Let me edit this. Work and study. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's pop out the chat so I can see people talking. And we're gonna jump right into some video. I got some work that I gotta bust out real quick. Shouldn't take me too long. And we got a bunch of videos. Phoebus sent this one, the one that we're getting ready to watch. Oh, that reminds me. Let me go ahead and paste. Going live. Checking out videos Phoebus sent. Then we'll look into trying some AI video generation. Yeah, I gotta do the video. I mean, the pictures are cool and all. We kind of got that figured out yesterday, but for my projects, I'm gonna need video, so we're gonna have to just dig in and figure all that out. Okay, there we go. Going live, checking out videos Phoebus sent, and then we'll try looking into some AI video generation. And I'm posting that on the Discord server. So for those of you hanging out with us over there on Twitch, if you look at the bottom below the stream, there should be a link to the Discord server, and you can hop on there and trying to build up a little bit of a community. So come hang out, you know. Deathforge is always active on there. Thugnuck's there. I think you may or may not. He's the guy I've been working on with some of the Star Wars stuff, but that's been on hold with everything going on. We're definitely gonna get back to it. In fact, this AI video generation stuff should actually help with some of the Star Wars project stuff. So we'll get it figured out. Now, this video, I watched like the first 30 seconds. I was like, oh, this is going to be good. And then if you check out the comments, somebody was saying like, oh, maybe it wasn't this one. There's been a lot of talk about this game, and I don't know anything about it. So somebody was saying like they intentionally made the opening 2-hour cuts, the opening cutscene roughly 2 hours, so then people couldn't refund it on Steam, which is funny. Let's see what's going on. And while this is playing, I'll be working on some stuff in the background. So say hi in the chat, and then we'll get moving over to some of that AI video generation stuff. We're really looking forward to that, but I got to knock out a couple things first. So we're going to check this out. We got a bunch of videos lined up. And let's hang.
If you guys missed last video, like most of you did, because nobody watched it, I was approached to talk about this game, Mind's Eye, for... And honestly, this was one of the only titles I was excited for during that State of Play live stream that I did. So I was like, sick. I can say whatever I want about the game, right? They said, totally, just nothing overly negative, which was a little weird. So I pushed even further and said, okay, if your game is total crap, I have the right to back out. And they agreed. So they sent me their game and I got to play it for a few days now. And unfortunately, this game is a disaster. So what is Mind's Eye? I thought it was going to be kind of a next-gen open world game made by one of the creators of Grand Theft Auto. It looked like it was slightly in the near future, maybe something between Watch Dogs and Cyberpunk, which do we really need another one of those? But beside the point. But overall, it was intense. It had a lot of action-packed scenes, and the game just looked great. And it's probably like my fault, but I don't think I'm alone here when I think, again, I thought this was going to be an open world game. And what we got here with Mind's Eye is a shell of a game that takes place inside of an open world. Kind of weird. We'll get into that later. Now, not every single fiber of Mind's Eye is terrible. Just most of it is. I won't lie, I was actually intrigued by the story for the first like hour and a half. The beginning cinematic takes place 3 years prior to the actual story, where you're in a military squadron somewhere out in the desert. The game takes place a little bit in the future. You're a drone operator and you control it with this little chip in your neck. I think that's what the Mind's Eye does. I'm like 70% sure that, and I've played the game for like over 10 hours. I don't know why you're in the desert exploring like Egyptian ruins, it looks like, but I guess it doesn't matter. You break into one of these caves and you see some inscriptions on the wall. Your drone goes haywire and you pass out. You seem to be suffering from some amnesia around that event. The game jumps 3 years forward. You're trying to get memories back from this event that happened, and you're moving into not Las Vegas with an old military buddy, and he's like, yo, I got you a hookup with a job over at Not Tesla, which is called Silva in the game. So you go there to do security and you meet your boss and she's like, what's your name? And you're like, Jacob. And she's like, great, here's a gun, go out into the street.
I trust you know how to handle one.
Sure.
Which I think is hilarious. Just no training, no preparation, just go out in the streets and hopefully you don't kill anybody today. And on your first day, you kill like 17 people in cold blood. And Jacob's your classic good guy. Randomly, your friend calls you and tells you about a time that you saved him from like 5 bullies. I'm like, 5 guys? Like, who is Jacob? Like Jackie Chan? But that story just comes out of nowhere, it feels like, just to be like, hey, you're a good guy.
Sorry I was such a jerk. Probably don't remember this either, but in 9th grade, you stopped me from getting beat up. Oh, did we know each other in high school?
A lot of your interactions with your roommate don't make sense. Like you passing out and then him coming in and being like, you're good to go to work. I just saw you black out. And then when you come back in after killing a bunch
Hold on a sec. Did you see that frame rate?
You're a good guy.
Sorry I was such a jerk. Probably don't remember this either, but in
That's
9th
less than
grade,
30
you stopped me
frames
from
a
getting beat
second.
up. Oh, did we know each other in high school?
A lot of your interactions with your roommate don't make sense. Like you passing out and then him coming in and being like, you're good to go to work. I just saw you black out. And then when you come back in after killing a bunch of people on your first day of work, he comes into your room and is like, hey man, I know you're a good guy. Who cares if there's voices in your head?
Jake, what the hell happened to you, man?
I've been seeing things.
Look, I do know you. The real you. Now, whatever some voice inside your head is saying,
That's not setting off any alarm bells to you. So the game is made in Unreal Engine, kind of clearly. And from the outside looking in, I can see why you think this game looks good. It does. But it's kind of easy nowadays to make things in Unreal look good. I'm barely a game designer, and I've made things in Unreal that look good. It doesn't make it a good game. And it becomes an unplayable game when you don't optimize any of it. I jumped into this game with my 4070 Ti and 13700K processor on a 2K resolution and immediately got around like 50 frames. So I went to the settings, and this is crazy. This is one of the first games I've seen with DLSS and frame generation turned on by default. Like, talk about not believing in the performance of your game. As soon as I turned off frame generation, I was getting like 20 frames a second. And it's one of those games where you try to turn off all the settings, and even when you do turn everything to like the lowest setting, it changes the performance by like 6 frames. And it has all those signature visual flaws that Unreal games tend to have, like the really grainy lighting, all this crazy artifacting that happens around objects. There's that like ghosting when you move around, there's pop-in all over the place. I'm a fan of DLSS, but I don't think your game should not not be able to run without it. And in this game, if you take it down to anything beneath quality, it becomes a blurry mess. And there's a lot of cutscenes in this game, unskippable, by the way. Why do I know they're unskippable? Because I changed my settings right in the beginning, and I was like, okay, to apply some of these changes, I might have to restart. So I restarted the game and had to watch the full 10-minute cinematic intro again. And with Unreal, sure, the cinematics look decent. The facial animations are really good. You can tell they're really utilizing the metahumans in Unreal. But every scene cut, I could feel like the image almost settling into its lighting and rendering every shot. It's so interesting seeing people in the game react to your mind's eye and your neck, because they look at you like you're the Grim Reaper, which I was like, what do I have in me? Oh, it's just a thing that scans enemies and like can stun people with a drone if you have it. Also, instead of a phone, you get like a lens in your eye in the beginning, and it never comes into your gameplay again. You do have a map at the top left corner, a mini map. You don't have an actual map in the game, which is just bizarre. There are so many missing pieces to this game. It's unbelievable.
Hey, Noob Fears, good to see you, man. I hope you can hang out. We got a couple of videos to get through. I'm doing the job hunt in the background real quick. I'm just knocking this out real quick. I've already applied to one job. I'll apply to 4 more, and that'll be my 5 jobs that I've applied to today. And once that's done, we're gonna switch gears to trying to generate video. Trying to use AI on my computer to generate video. So Phoebus was a big help yesterday. We got Stable Diffusion installed. Oh, it's time to eat. That's my alarm. Hold on. So Phoebus was a big help yesterday in helping us get Stable Diffusion set up. We were able to generate some pictures. So that's good. I can help it. It can help me make like a propaganda poster for Helldivers or something, right? So we're still gonna mess with that. So I'm happy we got that, but I really need. Oh, that's right. It's super late where you're at. No worries, man. Yeah, you can hang out. That's fine. I'm happy to have you. I'm glad you hopped in and said hi. It makes my day, really. Honestly, sometimes I feel like I'm just broadcasting it out into the ether. But you always hop in and say hi, man. So I appreciate that. Yeah. So I guess we'll just knock out a couple of videos and talk about this. Hopefully tomorrow I could post a video about some success with making some video AI generation stuff. So I have no idea how hard it's going to be. It wasn't too terrible to get the Stable Diffusion thing set up yesterday. So we'll see. But this guy's talking about, I haven't even heard of this game. It's called like Mind's Eye or something. And like they tried to pay this guy to do a review on it and said you couldn't do anything overly negative. You couldn't say anything overly negative. And like the game was so bad, he like, I don't want your money. I'm just going to do a review on it and tell everybody how bad it is, which is hilarious.
I really was convinced the first chunk of this game, eventually it's going to let me loose and I'm going to be able to explore the open world, go customize my guy, go into the city, go shop around, get a new car, change my clothes, because man, do I hate this outfit. How lame of a hero character design is a t-shirt and a vest? Like, that's what you came up with, cargo pants? Eventually you get like a better vest, but that's it? The game never truly becomes an open world. You just go mission to mission to mission to mission, driving your same stupid, boring looking Tesla sedan the majority of the game. And you might be like, well, can't you go steal a car? No! I think there's been a couple moments where I've been able to get into other cars, but the majority of the time, even when I shoot somebody in the car, I can't steal their car.
Let me drive another car. What is it, Star Wars Outlaws?
Hello? Did the guy that helped make GTA even look at this fucking game? Also, there's no police in the game. What? Yes, there's robots that always are pointing their rifles at civilians walking around, but they never come into play. I can literally stand on the highway and just gun people down and no one comes after me. And I will say that is one of the only good things about this game is the driving. The driving is actually pretty dang great. And it's such a bummer that I can't try a bunch of different vehicles. I remember seeing like this muscle car in the trailer. I've tried to get into that car and I can't. I've killed so many people trying to get that car. You would at least think the saving grace would be the combat, but I cannot describe a more shallow combat system than the ones in Mind's Eye. It is a joke. The combat is easily worse than Star Wars Outlaws, than Watch Dogs 1. I was expecting at least something around Max Payne 3. And you might say Max Payne 3 is a high bar, but dude, the game came out 13 years ago and there's a guy from Rockstar working on the game. Nope, No bullet time, no cybernetic powers, no tech abilities, just a security guy with a gun. None of the guns even look special. The only gun that does is your pistol, which looks like a laser tag gun. All the gun sounds sound pretty unsatisfying outside of like the shotgun, the sniper, and even those, I'm really wondering if they just downloaded it from like Audio Jungle. There's absolutely no ceremony around getting new guns. The AI is incredibly dumb. The combat is extraordinarily easy, even if you put it on hard setting, which I did, and it's still just like everybody just gets shot once in the head and they're dead.
Hold on. Velo fever? What is Velo fever and what are the symptoms? I've never heard of that. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're feeling better. Is a lung infection caused by inhaling oh, good Lord. Oh, no. Common symptoms. Acute valley fever, 1 to 3 weeks after exposure. Fever, cough, tiredness, shortness of breath. Oh, no. It's like The Last of Us. You got the spores. Headache, chills, night. Oh, dude, this does not look fun at all. Many cases are mild and resolve on their own within a few weeks. Few weeks? However, fatigue and joint pain continue for months. Oh, good Lord. Oh, buddy. More persistent or severe forms. Chronic valley fever. Decimated valley fever. Less than 1% of cases. Okay. Infection spreads beyond the lungs to bones, skin, joints, or the brain. Dude, you got a serious infection, man. I'm glad you're feeling better. That's crazy. Oh man. Well, you got medical attention and stuff, right? I mean, you said you're doing better, so diagnosis and treatment, blood or skin tests, chest x-ray. Mild cases often self-resolve. Severe or chronic treated with antifungal medications. Recovery can take months. Oh, buddy. Oh man, I'm so sorry. Follow up is important in complicated case. Okay, well, tell me you're getting treatment. Tell me you're doing what the medical professional says, man. So it's just like a really bad flu for 3 weeks, a really bad flu for weeks. Oh, dude, that's terrible. It's a lung infection causing similar symptoms to flu or pneumonia. Oh, jeez. Oh, wow. Well, let me, there, but for the grace of God, go I. Oh, well, I'm happy to hear that you're starting to get on the road to recovery, man. That's rough.
Which, would make sense, but...
Well, was you out hiking or something? Or did it just, it's just some random crap. It just happened. You didn't... Yeah. I mean, it's not like it's your fault if you went out on a camping trip and you got sick. Like, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm just like, did it happen at home, or did it just like your normal day, or did you go somewhere special, right? That's what I'm wondering.
It's just, there's something so light to it. Maybe it's the ragdolls. It just feels so unsatisfying. The ragdolls feel like they're filled with air, which a human body is, but we also have blood and guts and stuff. So we drop heavy whenever we get shot in the face. There's no melee in the game. There's barely a grenade. It comes from your...
That's what Elden Ring gets right, is when you kill somebody and they're wearing full armor, that body falls and smashes down. It really does feel good to defeat an enemy wearing full plate in Elden Ring, because it's the death animation there is very visceral.
Drone way far into the game, but there's no other ordnance, there's no jump, there's barely vaulting, which is super inconsistent. The gunplay is stiff and rigid. You can't switch shoulders in a third-person shooter, which many times I needed to. Also, something that I noticed while watching the trailers while writing this video is when you see Jacob get into a gunfight, he is constantly getting hit by bullets and nothing happens. It just shows you how easy this game is gonna be. Also, who is playing at this moment? Like, you have absolutely no stress, just running straight into open gunfire. What are you thinking? And I almost forgot the cover system, which is also like vaulting, super inconsistent. Some things you just randomly can't cover behind. And when it comes to failing missions, you can fail missions in the most annoying, arbitrary ways possible. Perfect example is one of the first missions I went on. The waypoint that you're going to on your minimap, which you can't see where the actual destination is, doesn't have a waypoint path going on the road. And so I guess I was supposed to assume that I'm supposed to go off-roading, but I didn't. I just kept on the road and all of a sudden failed the mission and had to restart. Like, what is this? There's these awful shoehorned in mini games. At one point, I thought these like riffs were going to be interesting because the first one takes place when you were a soldier, but then the rest of them don't. Those memory riffs don't matter at all. One of them is you setting up robot turrets, and I think like any pattern you set them up, you just win them. There's rankings to them, but there's no reward for it. You can get like gold, bronze, silver. I found myself trying to get a better score, and I was like, why? Why am I doing this? I don't have any money in this game. I don't have any XP. There's no tech tree. There's nothing. There's a chest compressions game, which I failed because it was trying to explain how to do the breathe in, breathe up. But like I had to read this while it was happening. I failed it like 3 times. Also, do we even breathe in anymore? I thought that was like a Sandlot move in like the 60s. I'm not a doctor, but I'm pretty sure you just do chest compressions nowadays. And then I was in an office and there was like this square game that's you're trying to make your own path across. I can't even explain it. There's no UI on it. I don't get how this made the release. Like, what are we doing? What is this? This is one of those games that suffers from, I'm gonna forget the word, narrative dissonance or whatever. A common example is Nathan Drake in Uncharted, who's like this morally good guy, but he's like shooting people down, killing hundreds of men all the time and being like, excuse me, big guy. Like, you just shot a human being in the head, man.
Jacob! Oh my fuck, what? I can't connect to the speaker. Then make your own music.
And it's hilarious that the game doesn't like end the mission if you just run over a bunch of civilians, because Jacob's supposed to be this morally good guy, but the game doesn't give a shit. I constantly am running people over in this game because the game doesn't care. I think it's hilarious. As the game was losing my interest with the story, there was also a bunch of like random topical nods I feel like they threw into the game, almost satire. Like you hang out with not Elon Musk, but it's definitely him. He's like dressed exactly like him. He's a super rich guy that's trying to have a personality too. There also seems to be a woman who almost is like a Trump figure. She's like denying climate change and makes this like water joke, which I think it fell completely flat if it was supposed to be something. I thought it was going to do something more inspired with real life issues around robots taking everybody's jobs, the Patriot Act, AI meeting bioengineering. Like at one point I convinced myself, I was like, oh, this is going to be a Westworld game where like all my friends are robots and stuff. Like I haven't finished the game yet, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's much less interesting. I think there's going to be some reveal about some ancient Egyptian tech god. I don't know. I don't really care. One thing that almost got my hopes up was hitting the start button and seeing build. I was like, what is this? Is this where the customization is? Can I build a car? Can I build a gun? Can I build, parts of my vest or my outfit or my drone or something like that? Nope. This is one of the weirdest things I've seen added into a game. And of all games to do it, I am blown away. It's Mind's Eye. They basically stripped a bunch of parts away from Unreal Engine and just squeezed it into their game. It looks so cheap. I feel bad for whatever intern or lower level employee that had to make this thing and was probably thinking, who the fuck is going to use this the whole time while making it? And it's marketed as, now Mind's Eye has infinite potential since we're allowing you to create your own combat scenarios and races.
For the first time ever, anyone can build their own Mind's Eye quality missions and games. This is the home of infinite entertainment. You can create your own shootouts, chases, races, puzzles, and places. Literally anything.
But I think anybody with a brain is going to call that BS out and be like, oh, you mean build the rest of your game? What are you thinking? I even looked at some of these tools and like, look, I'm not the most expert game designer here, but you can make like physical mathematical nodes, like adding vectors into the game. I don't think this is visual scripting. I have no idea what they're trying to get at here. And then even when I set something up and played the game, literally I instantly broke it. On first try, I spawned underneath the level. The game is an absolute disaster. It's made by Builder Rocket Boy. It's their first title. I don't know who was pressuring them to rush this game out. If it is rushed, if they thought this was complete, they're completely brain dead. And there's even things in their game, their single player game, that's talking about like a game, not a game pass, but like a yearly release thing of like what's to come next. What? Make a game first, dude. When I finished playing, I told a friend, and I thought I was being super original here. I was like, let's just say what's shiny isn't always gold. And he's like, do you mean what glitters isn't gold? And I was like, oh yeah, that's the saying. Where's that from? And he's like, the Bible? Hopefully it makes sense why I say this is a
That's
shell
from J.R.R.
of a game.
Tolkien.
And I have a feeling some people might be like, Jack, not everybody has 20 hours to play a game. Some people like a linear game like this. And these are just my opinions. You don't have to agree with me. But I find it really hard to carry water for a game that feels so incomplete. So many features missing. So many obvious ones. No map? Like, what? There's so much driving in this game. I've heard rumors that they're trying to fix their game in under a month, but could you imagine what the morale is like at that studio? Like knowing that their first launch is a disaster. What are you even gonna slap together? You have 75% of your game isn't finished. Unless you spend another year at least on this game, filling it with content, you're shit out of luck. I am sorry. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I really think that's the case. What I really don't understand is like, what is the pitch of this game? Like, how does it get funding? Yeah, I want to make this game that has an open world, but you can't go explore it. And
Yeah, I was right. That quote is Tolkien. All that is gold does not glitter, and he's talking about it's a poem about Aragorn. That's where that comes from, the Bible. They probably got that confused because the Lord of the Rings is written in a very old form of English. So that's probably where the association was
and
made.
do anything outside of the main story missions. Okay, so the story must be really good, right? Yeah, it's about this security guard at a Tesla factory, like around 20 years into the future. Is there anything special about him? Yeah, he's got a microchip in his neck. Okay, does it give him like special abilities? By special abilities, do you mean he gets to pilot a small drone that has a camera and a stun feature? Is there more than that? Like what? Like a skill tree? Anything? Wow. No, why? Because this is one of the most boring ideas I've ever heard in my life. This game reeks of immense cuts of what this game was originally supposed to be, which I would love to hear that original pitch. Almost nothing in this game evolves. There's no reward, there's no new car, no new upgrades to guns, no new clothes, no money to collect, no properties to buy, no incentive to play besides getting through the story, which I'm sorry, just doesn't cut it. It might as well be the anti-GTA. I hope you liked that video, guys. I really tried some different things here. I shaved off a lot of things in my process that I don't think are completely necessary. I still want to do big production videos for special titles, but for games like this, I just feel like I'm missing out on too much to talk about. Like I want to talk.
That must be a weighted vest. that's why that like I've thought about getting one of that's probably what he doing. He wearing a weighted vest just to get. Oh, we got some weights around here. I should start putting those on. I really should.
Talk about Doom. I want to talk about Mind's Eye. I want to talk about Expedition 33, but these things are just flying by. You know, I just released my video on Oblivion Remastered, and I feel like I was just so late. I had a lot of fun doing this, honestly, right now. So, you know, maybe it will be the new way, but we'll see.
Okay, I'll give little boy a like here, and then let's see. Can you guys see this on my screen? Can I move this over here? No, here. Let me show you guys something. Let's look at the Steam page really quick before we move on to the next video. Holy crap. Right there? Yeah, there we go. Mind's Eye is a narrative-driven single-player action-adventure thriller set in the near-future fictional desert city of Red Rock, featuring best-in-class cinematics, high-octane driving, and explosive combat from game director Leslie Benzies. It's got 1,800 negative reviews. Let's see the trailer. Well, if I might turn this off. I don't want to get a copyright strike if they got some sort of popular music playing. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, they're charging that price for it. I mean, typically what happens in this situation is like you've been around the stream, so you got like the business mind, and then you've got like the creative mind, and then you got like talented people. Typically it's like a bunch of the business folks going like, well, just release the game now so we can start making money off of it and then fix it later. But you know, that doesn't really work, you know. Oh my God, look, you could get the Mind's Eye Deluxe Edition upgrade. So you could spend, how much is this? Oh, Mind's Eye, $80. It's the new popular thing to like do slow versions, slow cover song versions of like really popular songs from fucking 40 years ago now. I started noticing that shit with Stranger Things. $80 for that, man. Now notice how none of this is gameplay. Let's take a look at some of the reviews, and then we'll move on. Product refunded. I haven't had my Steam account and have never felt compelled to leave a single review until now. This was not ready to be released, especially for the current price. I tend to give it a chance, ended up refunding it. Mind's Eye, a €60 a €60 ticket to the slowest train to nowhere. I wasn't sure if I'd launch a game or accidentally enrolled in an interactive tech demo for unemployed robots. Wow, that's harsh. The story isn't terrible. And now the other 95% of the game. Bugs everywhere. Yeah. Just got it rushed out. That's funny. If you like absolute garbage with extremely high and unwarranted production value, it's hard to recommend something that fits that description more than Mind's Eye. Oh, wow. For an unfinished early access title, it's fine. Just finished episode 1 with cliffhanger, and I'm eager to play the final product in a year or 3. Yeah, they're just gonna release it. That's one of the, just release it so we can make money. That's wild. Okay. Now on to legendary drops. I really like this guy, except for he makes a bunch of arguments and lays them out and backs them up, and then sometimes a little over halfway through the video, he just starts reiterating everything. So let's see if he does it in this one. I think this is about the same one. I think this is the same one. He's Mind's Eye.
I am awestruck at this point. Mind's Eye
Yep.
has to be one of the worst, one of the most hilariously bad video game releases that I have ever seen. We're talking about a game that was entirely sold off of the prestige of their former employer. 450 developers. They promised the world only to deliver absolute garbage for $60. $30 extra if you guys want to get your hands on the deluxe pass. Might not want to miss out on that. Mind's Eye is just bad. Conceptually, there are actually some really cool things here, but everything put in motion makes this game feel like it's an early access version or an alpha version of a game, but that is not how this game is being sold as, even though they essentially have an early access roadmap. You can't make this up. Look, I can tell that a few people worked really hard on this game. Genuinely, I can. But those are rare moments, flashes in the pan, in a series of red flags that are leading directly to this studio's closure in the next couple of months, if not weeks, to be honest with you. I mean, we don't normally see a game that withholds video game reviews, shows the players absolutely nothing up until about 2 weeks before the game's launch, only to have their executives quit days before the game comes out. So today, I'm going to break down the hilariously chaotic development and release of Mind's Eye. I'm going to talk about my experience playing the game and why from now on, anytime we ever hear of a game that's being made by insert your favorite game developers here, I'd run. I knew absolutely nothing about Mind's Eye until just a few weeks ago. Then I found out that it was a game being made by a 450-person studio founded back in 2017, led by Leslie Benzies, the former president of Rockstar North, and I thought, well, that's odd that I haven't heard anything about this. A Grand Theft Auto competitor supposedly in development for years, and yet I'd never seen a trailer, a reveal, or even a headline. I only came across it because of some reporting that the game's co-CEO and lead developer had gone into their community Discord to claim that Mind's Eye was being targeted, that content creators and bots were mass disliking the trailer and trying to poison the conversation around the game, and suggesting that someone was paying to sabotage it before launch. George Foster...
Wait, can we find that article? Mind's Eye boss accuses players. Oh, here it is. Here's the article. Mind's Eye boss accuses players of being paid to criticize it. Well, we just watched a video where you were paying somebody to praise it. Mind's Eye bosses suggested that creators and players who previewed the game were paid to react negatively. I mean, I could slightly agree with that. Because they're what do they call it? Outrage porn or whatever. Like, there's a lot of that content where they go for the emotional, be mad, this kind of stuff. However, it's totally warranted when the product they release is terrible. How long ago was this written? In May. This is written about 3 weeks ago. That said, despite drawing near to its June 10th, so it's been out for 8 days, release overall reception of the game isn't off to a great start. Many who jumped into early preview called out a litany of issues, saying it's a mess, the enemies lack depth, and the driving feels stiff. Preview for Mind's Eye are out, and they are not looking promising at all. Okay, that's funny. Okay, we close that.
Bots were mass disliking the trailer and trying to poison the conversation around the game and suggesting that someone was paying to sabotage it before launch. George Foster of The Gamer wrote about it in an article titled, "A Concerted Effort to Trash the Game. Mind's Eye lead thinks negative reception is coming from paid bots, seemingly blames Rockstar." They say Mind's Eye has been on a bit of a weird road ever since it was first announced, and it really wasn't helped by the lack of gameplay and information so close to release. Build a Rocket Boy tried to fix this recently with some previews from content creators and a new overview trailer, but the response hasn't been all that positive. Most of the recent showcases of Mind's Eye have been met with calls for it to be delayed due to bugs or filled with comments from people saying it looks off somehow. While it could just be because people aren't gelling with what they've seen so far, Builder Rocket Boy's co-CEO, Mark Gerhard, seems to think that the negative feedback is being paid for. As reported by Eurogamer, Gerhard took to Mind's Eye's Discord server to respond to a comment asking if he believed that all of the people who negatively reacted were financed by someone, which he agreed by saying 100%. After being called out for this, Gerhard said, "Not wild when it's true." To make matters even more interesting, Gerhard later said that it doesn't take much to guess who, which seems to be aimed at Rockstar and Take-Two, considering Mind's Eye is clearly gunning for a similar vibe to GTA and comes from a former lead on the series. That seems to be what Gerhard is hinting at, although he didn't confirm it in the Discord. It is unlikely to say exactly who he means. I'm just going to say it how it is. They made a bad trailer for a bad game. That's it. Not a conspiracy, not sabotage. They were just trying to skirt accountability as quickly as they possibly can. You put out a product that was so mid it couldn't even survive a YouTube comment section. There is no world in which Rockstar is behind this. If they actually wanted to bury Mind's Eye, you'd see a lot more than a few thousand dislikes on a YouTube trailer. We're talking about one of the richest, most influential studios on the planet. 3,000 dislikes, some shitty comments, and a couple of content creators that are unimpressed. If they were coming after you, you wouldn't be able to blame it on a bad comment section. The reality is, Mind's Eye was being criticized because nobody knew what the hell it was, and it screamed scam. That trailer was as weird as it gets. A shiny cinematic city, a weird monotone voiceover that sounded like it was AI generated, boring gameplay clips to lines like, "You have expert skills," as the character literally just stands in the middle of the road getting shot. Nothing about it inspired confidence, and somehow things only got worse from here. Just 5 days after headlines started circulating about the co-CEO accusing critics of being paid off or being paid actors, both the studio's chief legal officer and chief financial officer quit. Less than a week before launch. That is not a reshuffle. That is a lifeboat moment. That is people that are in charge of legal and financial liability saying, "No thanks, we're good," and stepping off the ship before it hits the iceberg. And looking at how that game launched, yeah, I can see why. Mind's Eye debuted to just over 3,000 players on Steam with a 41% rating. It's like these guys are trying to compete with Concord. Social media has been flooded with clips of bugs, glitches, and complaints. It is so bad that Dark Viper, who covers GTA, ended up laughing during his sponsored segment while trying to tell people where to buy the game. Carnage had his entire sponsorship pulled before he could even make it to the main menu of the game.
What? Okay. The sponsor just paused the sponsored stream. So, first time that's happened.
It honestly feels like Mind's Eye entire marketing push or their marketing campaign was just canceled last minute just to stop the bleeding and avoid any further embarrassment. Though embarrassed isn't really the word that I would use. Exposed feels more accurate, because I took the time to sit down and play Mind's Eye, and at first I actually didn't understand what all the complaints are about. Sure, the gameplay was simple, but I wasn't hitting any major bugs. The performance seemed relatively fine. It was pretty stable for the most part, and the voice acting was honestly solid, like genuinely great work for such terrible writing. But for the first hour, I just kind of thought to myself, okay, maybe people are overreacting. Then it struck me. The first 2 hours of this game are basically cutscenes. You are either watching characters talk or you are driving from one place to another. Sometimes you're just following another car, and it feels intentional, like they purposely front-loaded the entire experience to delay you from hitting the broken parts. That earlier section in the game is the most polished part of the entire game. The voice work is good, the driving feels smooth, the cutscenes look relatively clean, but the actual gameplay, completely non-existent. It wasn't until almost hour 2 that I was like, bro, wait a minute. When am I actually going to play this game? Instead, you get these drawn-out car chases, missions where you have to place bots on a map and then just watch them do their thing. All of this endless busy work that barely even qualifies as interaction. The longer you play, the more it starts to unravel. The cracks stop being cracks and start being the entire foundation. You hit this one chase sequence in the game, maybe an hour or an hour and a half in, and you pull out the submachine gun that you just recently used, and for whatever reason now, it has infinite ammo. The bullet effects that are coming out of it are just looping the same low-res streaking animation that looks like it was ripped out of a decade-old tech demo. The AI in this game is just god-awful. Enemies will just stand still and fire at nothing or just ignore you entirely. Civilians will do nothing at all, or sometimes they'll just trigger the exact same animation and all just start sprinting directly at you like a horror movie. I honestly couldn't bring myself to play any more of it, but everything that I have seen past then only gets worse. Scripted events where enemies will just die even if you don't even shoot at them, hallways filled with hundreds of pre-rendered enemies, and more. This game isn't just bad, it's unfinished. The more that I played, the more it reminded me of the day before more than GTA or anything even close to a polished full release, but that's exactly what they're selling it as. $60 and $30 for a premium pass. You don't put out any review copies, no gameplay. In my opinion, that's not mismanagement. It feels like these guys have been deliberately trying to avoid anyone knowing about what this game was. I mean, 4 days before this game launched, when players still hadn't known anything about how this game played, they uploaded a video on their YouTube channel titled Quality Assurance with Leslie Benzies. I'm not kidding you guys. A game that breaks down in the first hour where nothing feels finished, and they made a promo video about QA. This is amazing. And that's what makes this entire thing so hard to look away from. This isn't some tiny indie team that's trying to punch above their own weight. This is a 450-person studio and a game that has been in development for nearly 7 years, founded by one of the most influential figures in modern game design. So where did all that time and money go? How do you end up with this as a product that feels so early, so stitched together with that size of a team? Either this game went through hell behind the scenes, or it was designed as a scam from day one. And when 2 C-level executives walk out days before launch, something's been wrong for a long time. I look at this game and I just don't understand why they didn't sell it as an early access title. The concept isn't bad. It's genuinely not. There are some genuinely interesting things here. I like the drone companion in the futuristic setting. The bones aren't the problem. You can see there's some ambition underneath this, but the second that you start playing it, it becomes obvious that this game wasn't ready. And even...
Yeah, man. And it's like... yeah, Phoebus is saying 7 years? I don't know. This... I guess this is just kind of like what... like, how can you have a team of 400 people using Unreal Engine 5 and just like, were people just showing up to collect I guess people were just showing up to collect a paycheck. It's very telling that the people that were legally responsible for the game's performance quit before it was released. So, you know, it's obviously nowhere near finished, and like the higher ups or investors were like, just release it and we'll patch it later. That's got to be what happened. And the people who were like, you know, would be legally liable for that kind of stuff, like they quit. So and then it got released anyway, right? that seems like what happened here. It was probably stuck in development hell. I don't know how you could have a team of 400 people using Unreal Engine 5 and not have more than this. It's really weird. Like I don't know everything about Unreal Engine 5, but I know enough to get some shit done.
And more frustrating is that they practically admitted this themselves. In the official trailer that they put out, they outlined what was basically an early access roadmap. Open world exploration, dynamic events, new features that were going to be coming on down the line. So why not just call it what it was? It feels like you got a team that set out to make a GTA competitor, but you couldn't actually meet the scale or quality. So instead, you just front-loaded a demo, dressed it up as a full release, and then just hope people wouldn't notice until it was too late. At this point, it honestly feels like the only reason that Mind's Eye launched was because the studio needed players to act as free QA and added funding. They didn't release it because it was finished. They released it because they had no other option. But instead of just being upfront about that, they packaged it like it was a full release, leaned on that Rockstar connection by spreading a rumor that they were the ones trying to take them down, and then hoped that the polish in the first 2 hours would be enough to carry it past the refund window. It's deceptive, sure, but more than anything, it's insulting. This has to stop. We can't keep doing this. Every single time a game comes out like this.
Oh, no, keep doing it. The market will decide. The market will decide. Keep doing it.
It damages the entire ecosystem. Every single time that we see a game that is marketed as a fully finished...
Good. I'm glad people are getting burned. Now if we can just get the Call of Duty players to stop spending money on that shit.
And polished product, and then it comes out into the market only for us to find out that it is a barely functioning prototype, that damages player trust. It destroys it in most cases, and it has over the years because AAA publishers have basically done the same thing in some cases. People don't trust any of these trailers anymore. They don't even want to buy games on day one anymore. They're waiting. They're waiting for reviews. They're waiting for refunds. They're waiting.
Hey, Flame Mage. We're apparently a game came out called Mind's Eye, and it's just total garbage. And like he's saying that people are waiting. That is my strategy when it comes to video. You're talking to a guy who went to the midnight release for Skyrim. Okay. You know, I did the midnight release stuff. I was on the hype train and all that kind of stuff. But now my policy is if it's a AAA game and they release it, wait 2 years for it to come 60 to 75% off on Steam and then get it. Because after the 2 years go by, it will have been fixed. It's exactly what happened with Cyberpunk 2077. That's exactly what happened. I didn't play it at launch. I played a nice, polished, well, it wasn't, yeah, I played a good game. It wasn't a ton of bugs, anything like that, but everybody else had a different experience. So, you know, if it's a AAA game, you know, I got enough stuff on my backlog where, you know, I still got to play Space Marine 2. There's a whole huge list of stuff I have in my backlog. I have to beat Warhammer 3, all that stuff. So, you know, unless, yeah, it's just, this is just happening more and more. And I think it's fine. I think it's fine. What's interesting is that, it seems like the industry isn't learning from it. It's like the entertainment industry, both Hollywood and video games. A lot of when video games started making more money than Hollywood did, a lot of those Hollywood folks moved over into running or being investors in some of the video game stuff. So they're making the same mistakes that Hollywood's been making. And until the bottom falls out of the market, until we have like another great game crash like we had back in like the 80s or something, I don't know. We're just going to have to see a couple of, you know, really big publishers crash and burn before this stops. You know, but there is a large portion of the player base out there that buys Call of Duty. So I don't know.
Waiting for patches. They don't want to get burned. From my perspective, Mind's Eye isn't just a failure. It's just another log on the fire that's burned.
Yeah, Noxon says Baldur's Gate 3 was one of the few polished games recently. And you know, they did early access right. basically. Like, hey, the game's not finished. We built enough of this. Please play it. Give us your feedback. They actually took the feedback and made adjustments and then gave it back to the players. Say, all right, try it now. So, okay, well, this is good, but I need you to fix this. And they went back and forth like that for years, you know, and they released a well-polished product. It can be done. Baldur's Gate 3, as Noxon states, is absolutely the prime example of early access going the right way. But you have to build that release feedback and iteration pipeline with the people playing the game, right? He was saying, he's postulating here that you know, they basically made a demo at the very beginning of the game and figured, oh, we'll release it in this way, and it's probably the reason that it was probably done that way is because the higher ups that were pushing for the game to get released in its current state, they were wanting to make an ROI, a return on their investment. So they didn't want to put it up for early access because, you know, unless you're a studio like Larian, nobody's paying $60 for your early access game, and they knew that. That's why they didn't release it as early access.
Burning this industry right now. It's crazy because this is such a great candidate for early access. That's the one thing that just blows my mind with this. Why wouldn't you have packaged it like that? Because that's obviously what the game essentially is. You want to challenge a titan like Grand Theft Auto, you're going to need some obscene resources to be able to achieve that. You're going to need a lot of money, a lot of time. You're going to need a lot of player feedback. But they didn't go that route. No, they didn't. Instead, they wanted to charge $60, pretend like it was a fully finished game, give you a premium upgrade for $30. Disgusting. We have had so many discussions on this channel talking about indie games, and one of the things that I realized with this is one of the reasons why we give indie games more favorability is because of the fact that those games are largely marketed for what they are, and players know what they're getting into. It's not just the David versus Goliath narrative. We know what those games are. They're not being marketed as anything else. They're not trying to sell players broken promises. They're not trying to hype themselves up more than they need to. No, because they can't afford to. So they just sell it for what it is. And that's what they need to start doing with some of these games. I mean, look, Outer Worlds is going to be $80. Effectively a AA game being $80. We'll see how well that one's going to go. Now, speaking of things being what they are, this game was being sold and likely funded behind the idea that its CEO is Rockstar North's former president. And we've seen that trend. We've been seeing that trend a lot recently. How many
He ain't a game designer, though.
times have you guys seen a game that's been popping up that says, oh, hey, this is made by former X and Y developers or whatever it might be, and they're selling hope that they can do better than the games that they came from. They're selling the idea that they are the ones that made those games what they are. The fact of the matter is, they aren't. I keep seeing these games that are being marketed around former X or Y game developers, and they just keep flopping. Most recently, we saw it with Concord, built by a studio that was made up of former Destiny developers.
But it worked with Clair Obscur. What was Ubisoft? The folks, a bunch of people from quit Ubisoft and did the studio that made Clair Obscur. So it can work.
Of Avium came from former Call of Duty and Dead Space developers. 2K Games Project Ethos, which is coming along. Nobody's actually.
Noxon asks, like, what's the chance Elder Scrolls 6 can capture that classic Bethesda feeling? I don't know, man. I don't know if it's possible. I think, I've been chatting about this before, and I think what we have to start doing is we have to be more accurate with our language. And what I mean by that is Bethesda today is not what Bethesda was back when Skyrim came out. Certainly not what it was back when Oblivion came out. So in give you an example, sports teams. Okay. So anybody who's a football fan and every Texan knows that the Dallas Cowboys from 1990 to 1993 dominated the NFL. They were the first team to win 3 Super Bowls in a row, right? But they always refer to that Dallas Cowboys team as the Dallas Cowboys of 93, right? Because if you say that, then you know that they won the other two. All you have to say is Dallas Cowboys of 93, right? And everybody knew that there was no way they were going to win a fourth one, because the success that those players earned got them more lucrative contracts all over the rest of the nation to play football for other teams. So everybody knew the team was going to be, broken up after that. And the Dallas Cowboys in 94 were completely different. In fact, let me just look it up. Let's just look it up. What Dallas Cowboys won 3 Super Bowls. What was the record of the new Dallas Cowboys team of 94? (1994) Dallas coming off the back-to-back win of the Super Bowl in the 94 season. 12 wins, 4 losses. This season is often remembered as the peak 49ers rivalry in 1990. Yeah, so in 94, the San Diego Chargers unseated them after they traded off a bunch of players and stuff. So I just think, we say Bethesda, but it's not Bethesda anymore. It's whatever that big macro conglomerate of Activision Blizzard is now, right? It's just, when people say, oh, Bethesda's releasing a new game, it's like, okay, Bethesda of, the 2020s is releasing a game, not the Bethesda of the 2000s, not the Bethesda of the 2010s, right?
Actually interested in it. It's a Fortnite clone. That game is also being led and worked on by former Call of Duty developers, and none of these games have landed. Nobody's interested in them. The only real exception that I've seen in recent memory is Embark Studios, which is made up of former Battlefield developers from ICE, who launched The Finals, which is actually an incredible game, and now they have Arc Raiders, which is coming up, and I'm definitely excited for that. Now, I think there's a few reasons for this trend, but one of the big ones is how these studios rely on their names of their former games to be able to sell themselves. They use that association to get funding, for sure, but they also use it to build up hype. They lead with that legacy, which then creates this level of expectation that these studios can't actually meet. And 9 times out of 10, these developers are coming from games that have already lost goodwill. That makes things even worse because that player base is looking for somewhere else to go. So what ends up happening is that players who feel let down by these other franchises that these guys are coming from, they see these spin-off studios and they start getting their hopes up. And these studios know that they're getting their hopes up. That's the reason why they use their names and their legacy. It makes the players think, okay, maybe these are the people who left and they're the ones that actually understood what made the game great. Maybe they're the ones that can bring that feeling back. But most of the time it doesn't happen because these guys have set themselves up for failure, because now they're carrying the weight of an entire franchise without the infrastructure, budget, or the team that was there to support it in the first place. And they're expected to now deliver something that's even better than it. Take X Defiant. That game was heavily marketed as being led by former Call of Duty developers, most notably Mark Rubin. That game had a lot of hype behind it, not because of what it showed off, but because of who was making it and what it could end up being. A lot of people wanted it to be the Call of Duty killer. That was the constant phrase that was passed around. And yet that game, when it launched, it was riddled with issues and it failed to meet expectations. A lot of that comes down to the brutal gap between marketing promises and what these teams can actually deliver. The pitch was always a dream, a spiritual successor, a return to form, a game for the fans. But that dream, once it actually gets put into code with all the constraints of a smaller budget, less experienced developers, and a shorter timeline, rarely holds up. And I think there's a much more practical problem here as well, which is just money. Most of these developers are leaving these massive, fully funded, well-oiled machines to go and join either brand new studios or smaller divisions inside of larger publishers. They go from having hundreds of engineers and specialists to small, scrappy teams that are trying to reinvent the wheel with fewer tools. In Rubin's case, he went from Activision, one of the most aggressively resourced publishers in the entire world, to Ubisoft, which, despite its major name, simply does not have the same financial firepower to be able to throw at a single shooter. Ruben himself has been transparent about this. He admitted that X-Defiant's biggest hurdles and the reason why the game failed wasn't because of their vision or ambition, it was their manpower, technical limitations, and lack of marketing muscle. All things that would have never been a problem if he was at Activision. When I look at Mind's Eye or any of these other games, the pattern becomes pretty clear because none of these guys were ever built to be one-man shows. That guy from Rockstar, Leslie Benzies, he isn't some solo genius that could just will a Grand Theft Auto competitor into existence. He came from one of the most well-funded, well-connected studios in the entire industry, a company that makes one of the most profitable games in the history of the hobby with virtually unlimited resources and the backing of Take-Two Interactive. Strip all that away, and it turns out Prestige doesn't build games, teams do. We've seen this happen over and over again. Talented developers leave a big name studio, start something new, and they just can't replicate what they were once a part of. Not because they're frauds or incapable, but because game development is creative, collaborative, and incredibly messy. It's like being in a band. You can have a great drummer or a killer guitarist, but the minute that band breaks up, the magic doesn't always carry over to the next one. Sometimes it was the combination of things that made things work. And in game development, there are a very few amount of Dave Grohls that are out there who can walk from one legendary project and then just go build another one from scratch. I think the worst part of this trend is actually the financial side of it because it works against everybody. When somebody like Leslie Benzies starts a studio, it's not just going to be the name that attracts the funding, it's also going to be the pitch. Former Rockstar president making a turn-based fantasy RPG, they're just going to sleep. But former Rockstar president making a Grand Theft Auto competitor, that's not just interesting, that is irresistible. Because if you're an investor and you hear those words in the same sentence, your mind immediately goes to making billions of dollars. Keep in mind, Grand Theft Auto 5 didn't just sell well, it became one of the most profitable pieces of entertainment in history. So when somebody tied to that success says that they want to take a shot at the throne, well, people are going to start lining up to throw money at it. A couple $100 million starts to sound like a reasonable investment if there's a slim chance of being able to pull off something that even lives in the same orbit. But the problem is, and I think we can really see this with Mind's Eye, is that kind of pitch then locks you into a very narrow outcome. Now that game has to look like a blockbuster. It has to be competitive with one of the biggest franchises in the world, or at least look convincing enough to appear like it could be. That's where the pressure starts to twist the entire development process, because now you've taken hundreds of millions of dollars in funding based on the promise of this being the next GTA or something like it, and there's no walking back from that. You can't pivot. You can't downscope that game. You've already sold the dream, and people backing you aren't expecting a respectable AA hit. They're expecting a cultural phenomenon. That financial pressure, as well as the expectations that they built up over time, doesn't just shape the marketing, it starts to shape the game itself, because now the most important thing to these guys isn't how the game plays or whether or not it's even remotely ready for launch. It's about how it looks. It needs to look expensive. It needs to look next gen. You start chasing spectacle over systems, and graphics take a priority over gameplay. Fidelity takes a priority over function. You're not building a game anymore. You're starting to build a trailer, something that you can chop up into 90-second montages that look just convincing enough to pass as a blockbuster in the making. And this is where things really fall apart, especially for a game like Mind's Eye, because those visual benchmarks eat up massive amounts of time and money. You spend years polishing cityscapes, cinematic lighting, detailed facial rigs, while the mechanics go completely untouched. Core systems get underdeveloped, bugs end up piling up, and gameplay loops remain shallow because nobody has had the time or resources to be able to even try to refine them. The visuals will sell a fantasy, but the game underneath it doesn't actually work, and you're in too deep to be able to even try to fix it. So instead of pulling back and showing where things are actually at, these studios, like with Mind's Eye, will just double down. They'll withhold gameplay, they'll avoid transparency, they'll rehearse every single preview, carefully select every single asset, and stall on open communication, because the moment that people start to see the cracks, the entire illusion breaks. And once you understand how these financial pressures, as well as these expectations, start to shape their development, it stops looking like incompetence and it starts looking like an inevitability. These games aren't just broken, they're built on the wrong priorities, not because the developers didn't care, but because they were never building for the players in the first place. They were building for investors and hoping the rest of it would just sort itself out later. And I think that's the most damning part and likely the cause of most of their issues, because with a lot of these games that we would like to refer to as investor-led, and you guys know exactly what kind of games that I'm talking about, more times than not, they're actually coming from already established studios or publishers, and usually from franchises that are already recognizable to begin with. So they already have a player base to be able to fall back on. They already have some revenue that's likely coming in. And also on top of that, they likely also have a little bit of greatness that's still tucked away, at least in the original concept. But with these new studios, like we see with Mind's Eye, led by former prestigious developers, they just become a microcosm for the best example of what happens when you're not making a game for the players, and instead the entire project is based around your investors or being able to get funding or whatever else it might be. I mean, I was looking through the history of the company, and they were hiring blockchain guys, and there were some rumblings in the background, a couple of articles that I'd read where they had talked about how this game and likely another game were meant to be either NFT or crypto games, which they obviously backed off from. But the problem is with stuff like that, it's a cancer. It's already tainted the studio. It's already tainted the games, and those games always fail. They're always a problem. And even if you take that element out, the remnants are
Yeah, any and all the crypto games and NFTs, that's all just people chasing a fad.
still there because you started that project for all the wrong reasons. I said this a long time ago. You can't say NFT game without saying NFT first. And that's the first thing that comes to mind when they're making those games, not you. You know, made by former X or Y developer is just such a red flag now. And I didn't realize it until I started making this video because it is all based on investor funding. If you take a minute to think about it, all they are doing is...
And that's also why it got released early, is because the investors have all the say. Not like the team that goes into it to make a great game. Those investors, they're putting up money, they expect money back, and they'll make calls like, we'll just release it now and then we'll fix it later. Go ahead and we need to see an ROI. And it's the same problem in Hollywood in Hollywood
is selling you the idea as well as the investor that they're going to make a game better than the game that they came from. And that's what everybody is hoping every single time that this goes on. I mean, look at some of the names that we constantly see used. Destiny, Call of Duty, Blizzard, BioWare. It's all former developers from studios that have already burned their audiences, so they know that the players are hungry for something else. But those studios have also made oodles of money off of the franchises that these guys are coming from. So either you have investors that are like, oh, we're about to hit it big right now. They're about to make the next Fortnite. They're about to make the next Call of Duty. They're about to make the next Grand Theft Auto. It's tantalizing for players and it's tantalizing for investors, but it's all selling a lie every single time. I guess not every single time, but pretty much every single time. There's no future for this game. I want to make that clear. There's zero future for this game. I saw a couple people that were talking about No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk 2077, but the problem is a lot of people don't realize those games had a few things that this game doesn't have, which is one, hype. This game had no hype. It walked out of the gate and absolutely flopped. Two, it doesn't have any money. Those games already had people's money. So there was a reason for them to improve those games. There was a reason for them to try to repair their reputation because either they were a studio that was just starting out or had, somewhat of a good reputation, or they just wanted to make good. Like No Man's Sky was just quite literally, we just wanted to make a good game, but just didn't have the time to. Cyberpunk was more of, repairing their reputation for the future more than anything else. But, seeing those executives leave, I'm telling you right now, I give this studio maybe a couple months, a couple weeks. That's probably about it. This game is cooked. This is a bad one. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, subscribe to the channel, like the video, share the video, follow me on Twitter. Follow me on... Why did I say it like that?
All right, here's your like, buddy. There we go.
Well, I hope only adults are watching because today we get to talk about a dirty word. And Helldivers. The dirty word is FOMO. It's the fear of missing out. It's the engine that's powering gaming's worst impulses. Your gated skins, your timed purchase opportunities, your limited battle passes that expire and just have all your value in your purchase disappear away into the wind. It's all stuff designed to manipulate players into spending time and spending money. But here's the thing, right? In some recent weeks, we've seen something different. We've seen a game where FOMO is actually the point, where, quote, never available again is exactly why people played. And an example where it actually had nothing to do with spending money. Because I suppose in its most pure sense, FOMO could be applied to a really good game of poker with your friends that, you don't want to miss out on because it could be really fun. That natural sense where the FOMO is because something's actually good And the thing that makes it good is the fact that it's not completely deterministic. Though, in this case, there's a few funny things on that. And here's the rub. More than 3 million people played Helldivers 2 during one single special week. And the reason why is that nobody wanted to miss out on actually being part of the story. Usually when we talk about FOMO, it is about overt manipulation. It's about companies trying to grab your time, grab your money, and the last time we talked about Helldivers, it was literally FOMO for that exact reason. It was when they'd added the Killzone crossover weapons and cosmetics. They were only available for a week, they were at a cost higher than normal, and the reaction was fairly clear. People rebelled, they were angry. So what did Arrowhead do? Well, they ended up giving a second wave of content out for free, essentially a Christmas gift. And they also announced plans to revamp the in-game shop. Basically, they wanted to avoid that type of thing never happening again. And those plans actually just came true. That's because the latest update puts most time-limited gear in a regular store. That means that you can just buy it whenever, which is obviously good news. It's a company moving away from unfriendly monetization, and that deserves celebration. But today's FOMO story is actually a different one. This comes from Helldivers being a live service game, but in a way that actually uses the fact it's a live service to make it a better game. You know, instead of the usual, which is basically just edge you out until you eventually decide that you can't take it anymore and for some reason you buy something. Okay. Let's talk about the defense of Super Earth. For months, Arrowhead teased something big. The newest enemy, the Illuminate, was coming. They were, in fact, heading straight towards Super Earth. And with the latest update to the game, they arrived. And this was a truly massive in-game event. So what did players get? Well, what players got was huge new city environments, new mission types, new enemy variants, and a very clear system. Here's how the system worked. The attacking fleet of the Illuminate had limited resources. Over time, the fleet would destroy active locations on Super Earth, and this would happen at a set rate. Now, players could slow down that rate. They could also weaken the fleet by winning missions. Essentially, each day brought a group of locations for you to defend. Now, that meant that the player base had to spread out. They needed to juggle defending all of them within the time constraints that they were given. And here are the stakes. Once a city was gone, it was gone. It was destroyed by aliens. There was no going back. Basically, this gave real consequences. Previous defense events have existed, but they would let players surge back. Players could retake lost locations. Not this time. If a city fell, it was gone. And you know what? This plan actually worked. Helldivers became the #1 game on Steam in the US that week. 3.4 million people played during the defense. That's all clustered around one single week. But here's the real proof. Before this update, players averaged around 2.5 million per week. That's 900,000 more players. And those extra players were not drawn in by new cosmetics. They were not drawn in by a purchase opportunity, by the fact that finally they could get a Porsche Macan skin for Diva in their Overwatch. It wasn't that. They came for the narrative. They came for the emotional stakes. They came for a reason to play. Now, in a way, it's still FOMO, because the defense is over. Super Earth has been defended. But this time it's different. Players wanted to say, I was there. This could have been just another update, and it would have had the same pattern as always. Players log in, play some rounds with new enemy types, try new mission types, and they log out. And of course, when you look at Steam, we know that player numbers spike whenever new content drops. That is, of course, fairly normal. Sometimes players will come back later to do it all again with another update, and of course they do. We literally have got the stats. And Arrowhead, of course, gets to reuse the enemies and the locations. It's all got fairly typical by now. I mean, as an example, they've already expanded the city environments over to Terminid planets. And to be clear, those mechanical updates to the game do actually matter. Last summer is even a perfect example of it actually mattering, because even Helldivers players, they're okay with repetitious content. Even they get tired without new stuff to do, right? No new missions, no new weapons, no new upgrades. Guess what? Players leave. We see it in the Steam data. And by now, we're all very used to this type of development pattern happening with almost every game that we play. But you see, it's the context that's absolutely everything here. Players have got to believe something about Helldivers, and they have to believe it with no proof from Arrowhead. And if they don't believe it, the concept of the game falls over. What would happen if players did not stop the Illuminate? What would happen? Would it actually matter? Players basically had to believe the stakes were real. If they didn't show up, if they didn't hold the line, they would lose the planet. And if you want to know a secret, they actually could have. Super Earth could have fallen here. It's fairly neat how all of this shook out. Datamine footage shows cutscenes for if players failed. And the upshot of those cutscenes is that humanity would need a new HQ. Maybe they would have to retake Super Earth later on. Basically, it would have been a whole different story. And most of the players who played this did not know for sure how far Arrowhead would go, unless of course they looked at the leaks. But what matters here is they seemingly trusted Arrowhead not to cheat them out. Why? Well, they had seen how Arrowhead reacted before. As an example, remember when players saved a fictional children's hospital? What you might have forgotten is they chose that children's hospital over getting a new stratagem. Arrowhead honored their choice. They did not get the new stratagem. And Arrowhead had, of course, seen the mythos that developed around key battles. As an example, Malevolent Creek. That's burned into all of our memories. So basically, players believed Arrowhead took this universe seriously. And because Arrowhead took it seriously, players took it seriously. And if you want to know what player buy-in looks like, quite simply look at Equality on C. On a meta level, the ending seemed rather clear. The capital city, Prosperity, was the last location activated. Perfect timing, and it's also where Arrowhead are based. Narratively, it's essentially the perfect ending. But here's the thing about live service events. Players don't always follow the set narrative. For this, enter Equality on C, the megacity that is based on Shanghai. This was the last defendable city before Prosperity. And when Chinese players realized this, they went into overdrive. The city's defense rating spiked. Global players saw a story forming, and when they did, they joined in. Equality on C did not get weaker. Its strength spiked to 97.9783%, which is humongous. Now, unfortunately, the emotional buy-in has a little bit of a flip side. A badly translated mission objective confused Chinese players. They actually thought they could liberate their city. When they couldn't, well, Helldivers 2 got over 4,000 negative reviews in Steam. Those players felt cheated. They thought that Arrowhead, quote, broke the rules. They hadn't. It was a misunderstanding in this case, a mistranslation. This was an event that players couldn't win until defeating the Illuminate fleet. But it does show something important. The depth of feeling. The depth of feeling that this FOMO-powered event created in people. People believed in consequence here. They believed their actions mattered. And when the dust settled, Arrowhead actually decided to respect that. The last remaining cities were Equality on C and Prosperity. We have to presume that Prosperity was the intended final city, and basically Arrowhead could not have predicted this. They could not have predicted that a bit of a mistranslation confused a whole bunch of an audience, leading to a spike in player activity. And of course, players themselves couldn't have predicted this, that it would go the way that it did. But now, everyone has a story. Everyone gets to pick up the pieces together. Arrowhead resets for their big next event, and they do so from a position of strength, having actually had something went wrong, but then the credibility boost of incorporating that into their story. That is actually quite powerful. That makes a game feel real. Though of course something looms over all of this. Is there another lever they can pull that's anywhere near this powerful? Because in this case, it was defending Super Earth. It was literally defending the entire thing that the Helldivers essentially exist to defend. That's a hard act to follow. But the thing that'll matter here is now players have got somewhat of a sense of what they will miss out on if they decide not to tune in next time. And now I'm going to make the largest point, the thing that actually matters, because when you or I think of a live service game, what do we think of? We think of store events, right? We see live service as a way of operation and a business model. And obviously it is those things. But this is it as a game. And this is what online multiplayer games can actually offer. And in a way, there are loads of stories of things like this happening. Some of them are not intentional, like the Corrupted Blood incident in World of Warcraft, the Falador massacre in RuneScape, the assassination of Lord British in Ultima, and then, of course, there's this as intended with EVE Online, and the countless insane stories. I mean, hell, even Fortnite sometimes gets this with its concerts and its narrative moments that are pretty damn powerful player engagement tools. Basically, they end up being events that players talk about for years, and if you missed it, you know what? That kind of makes the thing matter. If a new event is something that you can always access, is it going to be exciting when a new one drops? There is something to say about permanence, and if we want meaning in our games, well, if something is abundant, always accessible, how does it really end up having meaning? And if everything has got to be some little isolated, airlocked off thing, how can you have meaning? I mean, as an example, if a game is going to change because something happened, say an event like this, well, that means that the game state has actually got to change. Change means different than before. And it's something we've seen in PvE, where it happens naturally where devs can embrace it, like in EVE Online. But PvE is the one place where it's just never really happened. And that means that a PvE live service ends up feeling like it's all about crossovers and license deals to drive people in, of daily events, battle passes, login bonuses, all those things to drive retention. It all just means monetization, 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 but done in a way that tells a player, act now or lose your chance to spend. This example shows us another way. You can still treat your players with respect. You can treat your universe with respect. You can give people reasons to return that are because your live game, your live universe is undergoing a pivotal narrative moment and is going to change. That's a reason to return that may correlate with spending, but is not about spending. That is not a time-limited store banner event. Because here's the ultimate difference. It's you being sold a world versus you being sold a product. Sell me on the world, I will enter your world, and maybe I will buy some products. But when we're all talking about skins first, and banners first, and collabs first, rather than the game experience, that's when we've lost. That's when live service has consumed the game and just turned it into a cheap store. Not a case like this with Helldivers, where live service is not a dirty word, where it's actually elevated the game. So basically, hats off to
Warframe too. Like Warframe has to be gaming's best kept secret. It really does. Like the same for all this could be said for Warframe, but it's just they just fly under the radar for everything. It's hilarious. Man, that was really good. I'm glad that if you've been around in the live stream, you've seen a couple of games of Helldivers. Just got into it. I think Phoebus got me the game, so thank you, Phoebus, for the game. Been having a lot of fun. We'll probably get into some of that a little bit later. I just got done with the stuff that I was working on in the background. So, let me move all these. I was applying for jobs and stuff, so let me move all this stuff. Let me move all the PII stuff into a folder so y'all can't see it. I'm not trying to dox myself. Okay, cool. All right, now, what we can do is let's take a quick. Let me take a quick. I thought I had.
The pants kind of.
Okay. We're going to switch gears. We're going to try to get some locally hosted AI video generation stuff going. I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'm just going to jump up and we'll be right back. Where's my step away message? Right there. BRB bio. Let me just put this on so we don't have dead air. This is a Fallout postmortem. Yeah, we'll let this ride for a couple minutes while I start searching and looking into how I'm going to start doing this locally hosted video AI generation stuff on my GPU. So I'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. We're going to let this run. I'll let this run for a little bit, and I'll be working in the background trying to figure out what the best option is. And the moment I think I have a course of action, we're going to switch over, and it's going to get a little technical. I'll be running like commands in Terminal or PowerShell or something like that, because we were able to get Stable Diffusion set up that way. In fact, we might mess around with Stable Diffusion a little bit more, see if I can't get it to make me a Helldivers 2 propaganda poster. That would be good for the AI image generation. So I really need to get the video working, but the image generators can also help. So here we go. I'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. See you in a minute.
Several sections. If there's a takeaway I want you to have, though, it's that the team I worked with was absolutely amazing. And I'll talk about them as I go through the postmortem, and I'm going to try to call out individual accomplishments that people did. I tried to remember who worked on what feature and who thought of what cool idea that made it into the game, and even a few that didn't. But it has been 18 years, so I may not remember all of them, and I know some people who worked on it are in the audience, and they're going to keep me honest. The first thing I want to do, because it's a common question I get asked, is what influences were there on the game? Why did we end up making Fallout the way we did? I'll talk about books and games and movies that we really liked. I'm going to talk about challenges. The theme of this talk was almost the game that was almost never made. It was almost canceled twice, one of which you may have heard about, one of which you almost certainly didn't. It was just a very rocky road to get this game produced. And finally, I'm going to try to, if I have time, I'll talk about the legacy, some features I see in games now that were not common at all when Fallout was made. So let me start with influences. I broke those up into computer games, paper and pencil and board games, books, and movies. We were a very media spongy group. People every day would talk about, I just saw this movie or I just read this book. And we're not even talking recent ones. I have stuff going back to the 50s that people would come in and go, I just found this book in a used bookstore. We've got to put a town in based on this book. So the computer games, XCOM, and if you haven't played this game, it's wonderful. We all loved the turn-based strategic combat in this game. The first pass of Fallout actually had very XCOM-y type combat until we got the GURPS license, which I'll also talk about as a big challenge in making this game. Crusader came out while we were making this game. It was one of the first 640, 480 games, was incredibly sharp compared to the 320, 200 games coming out. It was a big influence on us, and one of the reasons that Fallout was made, 640, 480, was Crusader. Wasteland, of course, can't say this strongly enough. Fallout is very much a spiritual successor to Wasteland. Almost everybody who played the game or who worked on Fallout had played Wasteland. When we started, I had not played it. So, of course, somebody gave me a copy, said, go home this weekend. And I was addicted to it, played it all the time. It's kind of hard playing it on a more recent computer because if you've ever tried playing it, it goes too quickly. You have to put in a speed limiter. Otherwise, you shoot across the screen when you try to play. But this game had everything in it that we wanted to have in Fallout, including no strict morality like the Ultima games had. We wanted the player to be good or evil, do anything he wanted, go anywhere he wanted, and be only really restricted by how skillful he was at playing the game. And then, having mentioned the Ultima series as a game full of morality, it was a big influence on our team. For me especially, this is a picture of Ultima 3. It was the first Ultima game I played. I'd never played 1 or 2, and it just stuck in my head as this is the way an RPG should be made. And while Fallout doesn't have a lot in common with Ultima, it really guided how I thought about making an RPG. Paper and pencil games, GURPS. I'll talk about this later when I talk about legal challenges in making this game. But as many of you know, Fallout was based on GURPS for about the second and part of third year of its development, and then we lost the license, or we stopped using the license. However, GURPS as a generic role-playing system really influenced our game in thinking of classless, skill-based characters, and no longer giving people stereotypes to play in the form of character classes. Wiz War, it's a great board game if you haven't played it. It's a great beer and pretzel game. What's fascinating about this game is every time you play it, you shuffle the board pieces together. And we would play this a lot every evening while eating dinner, which we did at work a lot. And we just loved the fact that we could play it every night, and it felt like a completely different game, especially as we made additional cards and just extended the game well past what the original designer had ever intended. And of course, Gamma World, for all of you who played this game, especially when it first came out in 1978, it was not the most balanced RPG, but it was just really fun and it had a really good spirit to it, and we loved the idea of mutations and the wide variety of things you could run into when you're playing the game. As for books, there were 3 big books that influenced us. Canticle for Leibowitz, excellent Hugo-winning sci-fi novel, basically about how people would cherish technology after a war occurred. They were pretty much this was part of the basis for the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 1. The I Am Legend book, which turned into Omega Man, the Charlton Heston movie. This book was how a individual would handle being the last, thinking he was the last survivor on Earth. This is why in Fallout 1, when you're voted to leave the vault, we really wanted that sense of isolationism, that sense of you're the only person out here in the wasteland who's, quote, a normal person. And we wanted you to feel like special in that way. And finally, there was a book and a movie called On the Beach, which talked about how community would survive past a nuclear war, thinking that they were the only community, and they were very isolated. And then what happens when they do get approached? In this case, it was a U.S. sub beaches near this Australian town, and how those two groups interacted. For movies, Road Warrior, that's a gimme. If you played Fallout, you'll see the jacket is in the game, the gun's in the game, the dog's in the game. A Boy and His Dog, that wasn't the dog. This one was basically had the underground vault. We used to talk about how mutations didn't have to be obvious, because in this case, spoiler warning, the dog's telepathic. It's actually a bit smarter than Don Johnson. So we like to talk about how all the mutations wouldn't be obvious. That didn't really make it into the game. We decided to make the ghouls very obvious and the super mutants very obvious. But The Day After, this is an 80 miniseries that talked about how rapidly civilization would collapse even the day after a bomb falls. And that was something that's very much woven into Fallout. We just assumed after the war there was no civilization left, that it was every man for himself, and there would actually be few vestiges of civilization that would survive a nuclear war. Forbidden Planet, this was especially the art director, Leonard Boraski's idea that the robots in Fallout would be based, or all the technology would be based on technology that the 50s projected into the future. So that's how Fallout got explained to people who were coming onto the team. We didn't want to see Terminator-style robots. We wanted to see Robbie the Robot-style robots. We wanted to see Forbidden Planet-style ray guns, if we did ray guns at all. And we often went back to this movie as a visual touchstone. One, though, that was far more important visually, City of Lost Children. You may recognize that ocular.
Oh, that's
It's
such a
the
good
Power Armor
movie.
Ocular that's on the front cover of the Fallout box. The art staff fell in love with this movie and would play it on continuous tape in their office. Just everything about this movie they loved. The steam-powered,
Yeah, if you haven't seen City of Lost, it's a French film. It's directed by the same guy who did Alien Resurrection, and I liked Alien Resurrection. Some people didn't, but I liked it. And it's got what's his name? He played Hellboy. Oh, come on. He's super young. City of Lost Children. Yeah, 97. Oh, not the video game. Ron Perlman, duh. Yeah, it's got a really young Ron Perlman in it, and it's the visuals are amazing. It's a steampunk movie. Like, that's the best way I can put it. It's a steampunk movie. So if you like steampunk and you haven't seen City of Lost Children, check that out. Seriously. I'm gonna move over to the main viewer here. So we're gonna switch gears and try to do some video generation. I think I've found a course of action that we can get started with. It's going to build on top of the Stable Diffusion AI generation that we've already installed. Let me pull. Where is it? There we go. Okay. All right. Cool. So. This is, I'll also show you guys how I use AI to teach myself stuff. So, I gave it this prompt. I said, I need to generate AI video based on prompts or images. I want to do this locally. I already have Stable Diffusion installed and can make images with it. What are my options? So it gave me a bunch of options, said what the requirements are. Yeah, this is all good stuff. Text to video with Stable Diffusion. Now this only does 14 to 25 frames. So it's out. I need to be able to generate at least, 30 seconds, right? Deforum for Stable Diffusion. This uses Stable Diffusion to interpolate between prompts and/or camera movements. It already integrates with automatic Quad 1. This is something we're using this web UI anyway. That's what Phoebus got us set up with. It can be depth aware, audio reactive modules with extra steps, so that could be good for a music video, right? Ideal for music videos, abstract motion, surreal landscapes. Okay, cool. So, and then I looked at the other ones here. This uses a different module, and then there's some custom stuff that we could do. We'll try that later. And then this doesn't even use an AI model, which is not what I need, so I don't know why it suggested that. Tools to consider: deform, prompt, keyframe animations. So that's what we're going to go with. So tell me more about deform for Stable Diffusion. All right. What is deform? Deform is an excuse me. Okay. Here, let's put on some music in the background too. There we go. Okay, now it's comfy. Now it's a comfy stream. All right. Excuse me, my lunch is still settling. Okay. Deform is an extension that plugs into automatic 111 Stable Diffusion web UI. That's what we're already using, so that's got me. Lets you animate images by moving a virtual camera, zoom, pan, rotate, 3D transform, morphing between prompts over time. That's definitely one of the things I want to do. I want to be able to morph between like Doom from 1993 to Doom 3 that came out in like the early 2000s, and then morph into like Doom 2016. So I want to, this is exactly what I want to use the technology for, is to make some crazy transitions. Okay, adding depth aware motion using 2D or 3D models. Control every frame with keyframes and equations. It renders each frame using Stable Diffusion, okay, and then you stitch it together. So there's 24 frames a second in film. There's 30 frames a second. Most displays, you can do 60 frames a second for more. So we can generate as many images that we need and then stitch them together. So I think this is going to be the one that'll let me get more than just 2 or 3 seconds of video. All right. What can it do? Prompt interpolation, transition between different prompts over time. Cool. Camera motion. It can simulate moving the camera around. Cool. Keyframe from like a still image and like pan the camera around. That seems cool. Keyframe animation uses equation or keyframe to control motion frame by frame. Seed variation. We can change the seed to evolve things. I'm starting to learn about seeds. Init image animation. Animate an existing image with motion. Oh, yes. So I could get the image that I want. I can first generate the image that I want, either as concept art from AI, or I could work with a graphics artist, and then we can animate that image. So that's really good. That's very good. We're going to try that. Depth warping. 2D, 3D. Simulate camera parallax for realistic motion effects. Okay. And audio reactive. Match animation to music beats. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. I do a lot of that with the manually in the video editor that I use now. So we'll see. Noxon says, I'm excited for 28 years later this week. I heard the entire film was filmed on iPhones. Reviews look good so far. Yeah, the camera on an iPhone does not suck, you know. You know, I can see myself. I've got a really good camera on my Pixel, whatever this is. It's a Pixel phone. It's got an amazing camera on it. And it in fact, I used this and a GoPro to film the PC build video that's over on my YouTube channel. You know, I you know, if the tool gets the job done, then so be it. Plus the iPhones and Apple have all this extra stuff in their camera software to make things look even better. So Seems good. All right, so we've already got Stable Diffusion. So let's load up Stable Diffusion first. Let me see here. Stable Diffusion Web UI. Here we go. Okay, now I'm going to load. Let me try to remember this one. Okay, we're hacking into the Matrix. It's loading up. This is customization to be optimized on my GPU. Okay, boom. Here we are. Okay. All right. Let's do. All right now. Let me here. I'm gonna leave this open. Let me open up a new chat over here. I'm going to use Stable Diffusion to help me make an in-universe Helldivers 2 propaganda poster. Give me a, let's see here, we need positive prompts and we need negative prompts. Give me a set of positive prompts and negative prompts. I would like the visuals to imitate American World War II propaganda. All right, let's see what it comes up with. Okay, excellent, noble Helldiver. To capture the spirit of Helldivers 2 with an authentic World War II era American propaganda, you will want the prompts to channel bold, patriotic, high contrast illustration style of the 1940s, while incorporating sci-fi and militaristic Helldivers themes. Okay, positive prompts: World War II American propaganda poster, vintage military poster, bold patriotic artwork, heroic pose, high contrast, hand-painted illustration, aged paper texture, limited color palette, Helldiver soldier in armor. Yeah. All right, let's copy that. Okay, now let's put it over here. There we go. All right, we still got plenty of room, so we could add more stuff if we wanted to. All right, now this is the specify for medium for additional actors in the style of, ooh, who's that? That must be somebody who did. Actually, let's just copy this. And let's add that as well. Let's put a comma here. Okay. Oh, see, now now we've filled up the prompt. We've only got 5 characters left, so that's good. All right, so that prompt is ready to go. And we're gonna look up these guys' names. I'd be interested to learn about that. Okay, and then the negative prompts. Yeah, we don't want it to be photorealistic. We don't want modern clothing. We don't want 3D rendering. We don't want digital art style. We don't want anime. We don't want pixel art. We don't want nude. We poor anatomy, distort. Okay, all right, so let's do this. Copy. All right, let's throw it over home. Okay, good. All right, now let's read the rest of the instructions. No, okay, there's nothing else here. All right. So this is the text. Here's the sampling method. Now, we might need to use something besides this realistic vision thing. But let's see what it comes up with. Because this realistic vision thing is designed to like make realistic characters. In fact, let me show y'all some nightmare fuel. Where is it? Outputs, right there. Image grids. Yeah, so here's an example of what we were see, this is what the jeez, man. This is what the realistic vision stuff does. So we might have to find a different model. Is there any Oh, it doesn't look like it saved the nightmare fuel stuff. Text to image, maybe? Oh, here it is. Here it is. I told it to make a wizard with a really long beard. And this is the nightmare that it spit out. What's the quote from Tesla? You will live to see man-made horrors beyond your worst nightmares. I should post this on Twitter. Yeah, I'll do that. We'll do that in a minute. I will make that post. I need to make posts on Twitter and stuff. All right, so what is it? 786. Oh wait, this is 1024. Actually, no. Hold on. What are the poster dimensions so I can to make a portrait style image? Dimensions. Okay. Aspect ratio 2:3. Okay, so 1024 by 1536. So that's what? Height and then width? Works best with 1024. Note, Stable Diffusion works best with 1024 or similar base sizes, so use aspect ratio friendly resolutions to upscale. Alright, well let's just use 1024 by 1024. And we can change it later. 1024. Okay. Now, hold on. I think it was this chat. No. Here, let me show y'all something else. What I want, here I'm going to hit extra. And I'm going to take a screenshot of this. I'm going to save it to my screenshot folder. And then I'm going to give it this screenshot. And I'm going to say, create a table that briefly explains, I can't spell, what each of these options do for Stable Diffusion, because I don't remember it all off the top of my head yet. Okay, sampling method. Okay, algorithm used to generate the image. Gives smooth results. Others are faster and more artistic. Oh, here, let's do that. I'll click this. And then I'm going to hit print screen. And we're going to have it tell us about the other ones. So we're going to save this. And we're going to add the file. Okay. Give me a grid explaining the strengths and weaknesses of each of these sampling methods. Okay, we'll read that in a second. All right. Okay, so we're going to start with this one. Schedule type controls how noise is reduced during sampling. Automatic works best unless experimenting. So what we got here? Automatic, okay. Sampling steps. Number of steps taken to refine the image. Hires better detail. 20 to 50, but it takes longer. All right. Well, let's do. Let's start it out at 50, and we can turn it down or turn it back up. Okay. Hires dot fix. If enabled, generates a low-res image first, then upscales it with extra detail. Great for large, high-quality images. I'm not worried about that right now. Let me see what it is. Refiner. Okay, that's this one. Oh, and you can expand it. Oh, look at that. Okay, and then there's the refiner. All right, what's the refiner do? Optional extra model to improve output during the second pass. All right, that's some advanced shit. We'll get into that later. Height and width, we already got that. Batch count. How many different props to generate sequentially? 1 for now. Batch size. How many images per prompt? Okay, let's get like 10 of them. Oh, we can only do 8. Here, let's do 5. Let's do. Oh wait, do 8. Let's do 4. Let's do half. Okay. What is the CFG scale? Classier free guidance controls how close the image follows your prompt. 7 is a good default. Higher is more rigid. Okay, 7's default. We'll mess with that. Okay. The seed controls randomness. -1 is a random seed. Same seed, same prompt, identical image. Okay. Explain the seeds to me more and how I might use it in my workflow. Do I start at, seed 0 and slowly go up, or go up by 5, or what? Okay. Well, we'll read that in a second. We're queuing everything up. Okay, variation seed. Use a second seed to add controlled variation to the base image. Variation strength. How strong the variation seed influence is. 0 is no change, 1 full change. Okay. Resize seed. Script. Advanced feature to apply extra generation. Okay. These are the sampling methods. Look at this. Okay, so the one that we're on is very sharp, clean image is efficient. High quality portraits general use. DPM++ smooth transitions, stable noise handling, requires higher steps for best results. Art fantasy with smoother blending. This one does realism. Realism with prompt precision, quick drafts and tests, realistic photography, sketches, fast renders, anime style, balanced general purpose, landscapes, detailed environments, backup option for artistic detail, basic renders and compatibility. All right, we'll stick with what we got. Okay, yeah, for balanced high quality results. Use if you want fast outputs. We're not worried about that. Okay, let me just look at the seed stuff real quick, and then we're gonna hit go. The seed is the number that tells the AI how to start generating the random noise that eventually becomes your image. The same prompt plus settings plus seed equals the same image every time. You can change the seed, the AI will generate a completely different image, even if everything else stays the same. Create variations on the same idea. Try seeds like 1001, 1002, 1003. Create batches of different looks. Increase by 10. Tens or hundreds, okay. Start with -1. Save a good one and reuse its seed. Ooh. Reproduce a past result. Make subtle changes to a favorite. Okay. So if we find a seed we really like, then we can keep that seed and still make changes to it. Okay. How to use a seed in your workflow. Explore with -1. Okay. Then we fine-tune the manual seed ranges. Use variation seed for controlled tweaks. All right, let's give it a shot. Let's see what we got. All right. So we're trying to go for Helldivers 2 propaganda poster. Let's get rid of extras. So I'm not going to put any other variations on it. We're going to start with the random seed. CFG scale. Let's double check what that is real quick. CFG scale. Classier free guidance controls how closely the image follows your prompt. 7 is a good default. Higher is more rich. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's see. Oh, look at this. Oh, shit. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, the letters are all screwed up or whatever, but that's funny. Let's look at these. The big ass American flag patches. I love. There's a flag on the ship. Look at that. Oh, that's great. This is so cool. Okay, and we got the UK flag over here. We got the Union Jack. Okay, this is interesting. Okay. I love that. I love the stars and the stripes over there. That's so fucking cool. Okay, and we change the text in post, obviously. Okay, let's so it's very, very American, which I'm fine with, believe me, but we're trying to go for like Helldivers. So let's see. Let's just add America and American. America and American. To the don't do it. So I know we're giving it conflicting stuff, but I want to see. So I'm just adding those 2 negative prompts because I want to take the American flag out of it. Let's do that too. American flag. Okay. Let's see. Let me update my Twitch stuff here. Experimenting with Stable Diffusion for image and video generation. We'll say gaming later on. There we go. So let's hit done. Okay, good. I just wanted to update things on the Twitch. Oh, now this is getting good. Okay, what we got here? All right. We got a real retro feel to it, but I'm liking this. What else we got? That's not bad, y'all. I mean, clearly I love the flag on the spaceship. Aerodynamics be damned. We're gonna put an American flag on a pole. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, now this is good. we're gonna do all this in image to image. Here's what I'm gonna do. Instead of generating from just a text prompt, I'm gonna find a Helldivers 2 image, and we're gonna feed it the image and see what it comes up with after that. So let's go to Google. Let's go to images, obviously. The cover seems good. Cover art, yeah. Give me that cover art. Oh, that one. Oh, this one. Yes. Okay. Save image as. Here, let's do desktop. We're gonna call this source images, AI source images. Okay, let's save that there. Let's get a couple more. This one looks pretty badass. Look at that. Yeah, let's save that. Save image as. We'll save that one. What else we got? Oh, that's never mind. Here, let's look. There's your nightmare fuel. Let's open up this in a new window. AI source images. Okay, so we got that one. We got that one. We don't. This one's a lot more kind of yellow. So let's get this one. Oh, it's different. Huh. It's that one and that one. There's one. Yeah, let's grab this one. Save image as. Save. Okay, that's three. That's three. Let's go with that for now. All right, so we're back over here to Stable Diffusion. Now let me here, this is going to be 001, 002, 003. Okay, now we can just drag and drop. All right, and we've got all the same prompts, the positive and the negative prompts that we had over on the text. So now let's see what we come up with. Here, let me just check everything else. Oh, let's do 1024 by 1024, 1020. Oh, 1024. Okay, let's do 4 is good. 4 is good. What is the denoising strength? That's not there. Okay, so it's in the image to image denoising strength. Okay. In image to image, what does denoising strength do? How much the original image changed when generating a new one. Okay. Small tweaks per balance of new and old. Okay, so let's start off with the 0.2. Okay. And we're gonna start with the random seed. And we're going to use that sampling method. That's fine. Let's up the steps. I'm going to up that to 40 just because I can. No, let's start at 20 and then we'll up it to 40. Then we'll double it. All right, hit me. Well, that didn't change much at all, did it? All right, so we're gonna up the denoising strength to 40. Okay, hit me. Okay, well, they look different. Okay, interesting. Between 60 and 80, yeah, okay. Let's take it up to 60. Okay, that's starting to look better. Or different. I think we're gonna have to take the Helldivers thing out of there. Because I'll add this stuff later. Let's see if we can give it a negative prompt to do that. Let's do text and title. Yeah, hit me. No. I like this one though. Which one is that? 2, 3. This one. Dude. Now we're getting somewhere, y'all. All right. Okay. All right. Here, let me do this. We're gonna pull up old reliable MS Paint. Yeah, source images. This one. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this. Okay, and we probably need a much higher res image. Okay, but this removes the text out of it. So let me do file, save as. Give me a PNG. This will be 001, no title. Let's call that 001A. Oops. No title, save. Okay. We're going to get rid of this one. We're going to click here. I'm going to go to desktop, add source images, this one, boom. All right, hit me. There's an American flag on a rocket, missile, whatever. gosh. Oh, I love it. You're shooting American flag missiles. That's great. Okay, this one. Where is that one? Hold on. Here's that one. This one's looking pretty good. Okay, I like this one. That's a keeper right there. That one's pretty good. Here. Keepers. Oh, 0, 1, or 2 style. All right, let's save that one. What else we got? Nah, can't have the American flags. Okay. Yeah, because they're all standing on top of that tank. Yeah, that's the best one right there. Okay. Let me find a higher resolution image of that. Image holdovers 2. Okay, that's a better resolution. All right, let's see what else we got. So we got this one no title. Here, we're gonna move over to 4 real quick. Okay, so there's no, let's see what this one does. Let's get rid of, I'm gonna get rid of we can get rid of whatever the hell dynamic composition means. I don't really know how that's adding to the prompt here. Okay. I'm going to put alien invasion. Okay. I added alien invasion to the prompts there. Oh, I think we got something now, boys. Okay. Let's up the denoising strength by 0.20. And then we'll change the sampling steps. So generate that. fucking love it. I love this stuff. I don't want the American flags to be there, but I love them. We'll do American flag. Flags in general? How about that? Now let's up the sampling steps. 60 seems high, but let's see what happens. That did take a lot longer. That took about 4 times as long. Still fast as hell, though. Okay. It's just some concept art, so this is fine. Let's take the sampling steps down to 40. And let me get rid of all the words that say American. World War II propaganda poster. Okay. Oh, this looks like some 1950s sci-fi pulp art. That's pretty good. Oh, that's weird. Look at their face. What's wrong with your face? This one's not bad. Okay. Let's change images again. Let's give it this one. We'll leave everything the same. Go ahead and generate it, and then let me go into Paint. And I'm going to grab this one. And I'm going to cut out the text here. Okay, let's do File, Save As. 003 A dash no title. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. All right, what's it got here? Oh no, this is different. I think we need to get rid of the World War II prompt and just leave it as like propaganda. Let's do propaganda poster. That's the one change. Let's see what happens. Okay. That one's not bad at all. That one's pretty fucking good, man. We got... It's like a mix between the Union Jack and the USA and the Stars and Stripes. This one though. Okay, let me save this one. Save image, keepers. .002, save. And we just cover that up with Helldivers too. Join the Helldivers or something. He got that American flag on his patch though. I like the war rubble and stuff down here. That's badass. Okay. I'm going to change Helldiver's armor to power armor and we'll see what happens. Okay, interesting. Some of these are really good. Okay, ooh. Ooh. Let's save that one. I got that flag patch again. That's okay. Okay. Let's try that last image. That third image. Oh, we got two of them actually. I did this one. I took the title out of this one. This is a lot more grounded, so to speak. Let's see what it comes up with. And I think I might simplify the plot. I think I'll get rid of some of these things. Okay, that's good. We still got the like American flag patches on them, but whatever. USA, USA, USA. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna knock this down to a 6. Let's see what it comes up with. Oh. Still got that American flag. Even though it's we got 2 Americas. Let's get rid of America. American, America. This one's pretty good. That one's good except for the patch on the guy's shoulder. Oh, here we go. This one. Keepers 004. Okay. Vintage military poster. Let's get rid of these because they would have made a lot of American propaganda art. Okay. Ooh, I think we're getting somewhere, y'all. I think we're getting somewhere. That damn flag. Ooh. Oh, we got a couple good ones. We're going to save this one. Let's call this 005A. This will be 005B. Not that one. Save this one. Save image as 005B. Save. Save image. 005C. Alright, now. Let me go to the PNG info here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the seed for this one. Okay. Steps 40. Here's your seed right there. Okay, so what I do is I copy this seed. Copy. We're back over to image. We replace this seed. Now, since I haven't changed anything else, if I hit the generate button again, it should spit out the same thing. Let's see. Yeah, those look damn near identical. But in fact, let's go to keepers. Yes. That is I used the same seed, didn't change anything else, rendered it, made the exact same thing. Okay. So now, because we like this seed, we go to extras. Okay, and we're going to leave the variation seed on random for now. Let me ask a question about variation strength. Okay. I found a seed that I like. I went from -1, which is random, to that seed number, and it did generate the exact same images. So now I will click off extras and keep that seed at -1 for randomness until I find one I like. My question to you is, and what's this other setting here? Variation strength goes from 0 to 1. Goes from 0.0 to 1.0. I don't want it to change drastically, but I do want it to change a bit. What value should I use? For minor tweaks, 3 to 4 for noticeable differences, 5 big changes. Okay. So 2 to 3, keep the image mostly intact. Okay. Let's give it a 0.2. Or 0.20, depending on how you look at it. All right, let's see what it comes up with now. Okay, so the little differences here, like the main composition, the pose and everything is the same. See all that? We still got the 4-carat. It's just like some details in the background that are really changed. This is we still got like the little plant right there, and they're still standing on top of like a dilapidated armored unit. It's like floating in the air. Okay. Let's up that a little bit more. Let's do a 0.3. Now the only thing I don't like is this there's like this floating thing here. I'm gonna have to erase that with Photoshop or GIMP or something. Yeah, that's the first thing my eye goes to, is that thing right there. Okay, let's up the variation to a 5. See what we get. Okay, that's better. It's like sticking out of the ground at least. Not bad. Better. Okay, those are pretty good. The faces are all screwy. This one looks better because it looks like stuff's just reflecting off their helmets. So I'm going to take this. Yeah, I like this one. Save image. This will be 006A. Anything else out of this batch? This one too. 006B. Whoops. I'll take this one too. Save image. 6C. What's the image size of all this stuff? Oh, it's nothing. Okay. Okay. I want to crank it up to a 7.5 just to see what happens. Just to see what happens. Okay, I'm disappointed that there's no capes. I think we need to tell it to put the... Where's one? But now we got that floating thing again. Oh, that's better. Looks like he's giving a thumbs up or something. Let's save this one. This will be 007A. No capes. Oh, no. We could be like, join the Planetary Defense Force and earn your cape or something. Let's see. Oh, I'm going to save this one anyway. 778. Okay. All right, that's cool. I'm going to jump up real quick and I'm going to take I'll be back in 90 seconds, quick bio break. Make it 3 minutes. Everybody just take 3 to 5 minutes. I'm going to get something to drink. We'll be back. Now that we've kind of got some of this figured out, we're still going to play with it, but I want to see about getting some of that video stuff to work now that we've really messed around with some of we're trying to make some Helldivers 2 propaganda stuff. So we'll see what we can come up with. All right. So I'll be back in 5 tops, y'all. See you soon. Turn the AC down, jeez. All right, now put that right there. Put this on. Okay. Okay. All this stuff is cool. Let's see what we can do to set up some of this Stable Diffusion stuff. Let me see. It was this one, wasn't it? Yeah, here, let's leave that open over there. Okay, basic workflow. Oh, is that the one? Yeah, deform. Okay. Here's a simplified workflow using deform. Install deform extension from the automatic one in web UI. Okay, hold on. Okay, so this is the automatic web UI. Oh, and the other thing is too, the model that we're using is actually for realistic images. So it's cool that we can get this kind of stuff out of it. But this model was tailored to do realistic human images, not this stuff. So I'm amazed that we can get this out of this model. I'll have to hunt around for some other models that are actually geared towards making stuff like this. Okay, so install deform extension. Go to the extensions tab. Okay. Search for deform. Available. Okay. So that pulls the get. Okay. Now we're looking for deform. Diffusion. I should be able to control F it, shouldn't I? There it is right there. Okay, deform. Click install. Okay, so that's installed. And where's the button? Deform. Okay. Okay. Go to the new deform tab. How do you reload the UI though? Is it under settings? Ah, there it is. Okay. Deform. There's the oh, look at that. Okay. Okay. Choose animation mode, 2D, 3D, video input, or interpolation. Okay, hold on. I'm using Deform for the first time. I have options for 4 animation modes, 2D, 3D, video input, or interpolation. Explain these to me. .2D animation best for simple pans, zooms, and rotations. Simulates moving the camera in and out. Slides the image left to right. Rotates the image as if turning the camera in place. Okay. Lightweight and fast render. Good for slow pans or gentle camera movement. Doesn't simulate actual 3D space. 3D animation. Creating depth, parallax effects, and more immersion. Okay, I think this is going to be the one. How it works. Treats the image like it's projected in 3D space. Applies transformations like pitch, yaw, perspectives. Uses a video file you provide as the input frame by frame and applies Stable Diffusion stylization to each frame with optional coherence settings for temporal consistency. Transforms live footage or clips into AI-generated art. Can keep subject consistency if properly tuned. Coherence between frames can be tricky. Requires high-quality source footage for best results. Interpolation. Smooth transitions between 2 or more keyframes. You define multiple prompts and seed pairs at certain frames. Deform smoothly morphs between them cross frames. Okay. Great for morphing between styles or scenes. Okay. Very smooth output. Good for abstract, dreamy animations. Okay. Let's... Okay, what do I got here? Alright, that should be 1024. Got an error here. Let me see. Copy. I got some red text at the bottom of the Deforum tab. It says control net not found. Please install it. What do? It's trying to use ControlNet, but the required extension is not installed. Here's how to fix it. ControlNet is an extension for Stable Diffusion that lets you guide generations using inputs like pose, depth, edge maps, and more. It's optional but very powerful for animation, especially when keeping structure or pose consistency across frames. Go to the extensions. Available. Load from ControlNet. Okay. Look for SD Web UI ControlNet and click install. Okay. So we're back to extensions. Available. Load from. Okay. Okay, that's because it's a dependency. Let me search. Let's see if we can do this. Okay. There it is right there. Okay, install. It's cooking. Let it cook. I'm just updating the metadata on YouTube. Still, oh, there we go. There we go. I was looking for something like that. So it's almost done. We're at 85 out of 100, I think. 90. 91. We're getting there. Oh, it's going over 100. Oh, goodness. Oh, okay, it's back. I should have looked at my processor. I should have seen what was kicking. All right. It'll be interesting to look at this. Okay. Okay, so we installed that. Let me go back to our... Okay. Restart the web UI once it's done. Very well. Apply and restart UI. Yeah, there it is. Okay, apply and restart UI. Yes. Default port 7860. Okay. Wow, it must have been a huge thing we just installed. This is like the longest I have ever seen it take. Boom. All right, we're back. All right, so back to deforum. Okay. Okay, it does anime. Okay, let's put it back to 1024 by 1024. There's a seed. What's this? Settings file. Okay. Motion preview mode, dry run, sampler, scheduler. Okay, what is this? Scheduler. What is the scheduler? Here. I'm just going to take a little screenshot of it. Save. Let me take a little screenshot of the... Whoops. Up. This whole part right here. Okay. Save. Okay. And then keyframes, prompts. Keyframes. Okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this because I'm gonna get the AI to analyze these images and then explain it to me. And then here's the prompts. Negative prompts, not safe. Yeah, that's good. we don't want anything funky showing up on the stream, do we, y'all? Here we go. Save. Delete. Okay, let's start with these three. Okay. So upload files, screenshot. Okay. Okay, so it's these four. Okay. Here are some screenshots of the first few tabs of Deforum in the automatic 1111 web UI for Stable Diffusion. I want you to give me a table. I want you to give me a table for each of these screenshots and explain the various options and settings inside them. I am new to AI generation and Stable Diffusion / Deforum. So tailor the response for me. I got it right in Python scripts and shit for me. Look at this. Okay. Okay, to deform the prompts tab. Okay, here we go. Let's move that over there. Okay, prompts. All right, where are we? All right, so this is the prompts. Okay, so important notes on prompts. What's this? Please always keep values in math functions above 0. There is a no batch mode like a vanilla deforum. For negative prompts, please write your positive prompt, then negative ugly. Okay, or use the negative prompt fields to automatically append all words as a negative prompt. Don't add negative in the negative prompts field. Don't put negatives in the negative prompt. I got it. Because if you put a negative, it'll put, yeah, I know how the machine thinks. If you put a negative in there, it's going to do it. So that means enough people put no double negative of like not safe for work and stuff, and actually got not safe for work stuff because they didn't understand the double negative. That's funny. Okay, that's just that. Now, all right, prompts positive, prompts negative, composable mask schedule allows scheduling of different masks to guide composition during generation. It's an advanced feature. All right, well, we won't fuck with that right now. Let's check out the keyframes tab. Let's expand the table. This is if you tell it to put it in tables, it does this for you. It'll build the table in Python, and you can expand it like I've got it here. Animation mode selects how animation is handled. 2D is basic, 3D depth, video input, or interpolling morphine. Okay, we're going to be using so I'm definitely going to be using the interpolation because I've got some ideas for music, for a Doom music video, and I definitely want to use that, but we're not getting into that just yet. Cadence, how often new frames are generated. One every frame, higher. One every frame, fewer. Higher equals fewer generations, more warping. Max frames, total numbers of frames to generate. Border mode, how image edges are handled. Replicate copies edge pixel, wrap loops around. Zoom controls camera zoom per frame, can animate with math functions like a sine wave. Okay. Angle controls rotation, useful for spinning or rotating the image over time. Transform center sets the center point for transformations. 0.5 is centered. Moves the image left or right. Perspective flip flips the image perspective, can create trippy or mirrored effects. Okay. All right, what else you got? The deform run tab. Show me. Motion preview. Algorithm used to render each image. Others give different styles. Okay. Scheduler controls how the steps are spaced. Automatic is usually fine. Others fine-tune generation. Steps, number of denoising steps per image. More equals better quality but slower. Size of each frame in pixels. Height, better detail but slower, and more VRAMs needed. Seed, -1, random seed. We know about that. Batch name, naming pattern for output files or folders. Okay. Restore faces, tries to fix faces using a separate model. May not work well with animation. Tiling, repeats image tiles or edges. Use only for patterns or infinite scrolling. Ancestral ETA scheduling. Schedules frame-to-frame consistency using ancestral sampling. Optional. Okay. Scheduler options. Good for stable rendering. Adjust steps, weights to favor fine details. Good for realism. Increase emphasis on early steps, smooth style transitions. Poly-exponential. More aggressive version of exponential can produce surreal or sharp effects. Stable. Schedule design for fusion models. Experimental but consistent. Okay. Alright. Let's do 3D. Seed, subseed, steps, sampler, checkpoint. Enable guided images mode. Images to use for keyframe guidance. Okay. Prompts. All right, let's do this. I don't really know what I'm doing, so let's get it to help me fill this out for starters. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is the prompts. This is the deforum prompts tab. I want to make an animated Helldivers 2 propaganda poster. I'd like it to run for, let's do a quarter of a minute, 15 seconds. Tell me what I need to input to accomplish this. Assume you're rendering at 30 FPS, yes, which is standard. Yep. So we need 450 frames. All right, so it's doing the math for us. Okay, go to the keyframes tab, and we're going to set it to 450. Okay, keyframes. Max keyframes 450. Okay. All right, prompt setup. Here's an example tailored for a World War II style Helldivers propaganda poster where each prompt evolves into a new theme. Paste this into the prompts field. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. All right, look how this is written. Okay, it's a JSON, and we've got a number value here, colon, and then the prompts. Okay, and we're doing it over time. So it looks like this is going to be 0 to 150 on the key. 0 to 149 will be this for the keyframes. 150 to 300 will be this for the keyframe prompt. And then 300 up to 150 will be this for the keyframe prompt, because we have a total of 450 frames. Yeah, okay, start with a single soldier, shift to a group action scene at 150, finish with a victory pose by frame 300. Victory theme. Yeah. Okay, final 150 frames will reinforce or gently evolve the last theme. Perfect. All right, copy that. Prompts. Boom. Okay, we got that. Now, prompts positive. Blurry, low detail. All right, let's copy that. Let's put that in the negative prompts as well. So don't want anything nude. We don't want any unsafe for work stuff. It's not that kind of live stream. To keep everything consistent in the style, you can enter positive prompts. Positive prompts right there. Okay, there we go. All right, what else? 2D for poster style. Okay, let's do that. Let's switch it back to 2D. Okay, prompts. Control net. Init control net. I'm going to ask it to explain init and control net to me. Explain the init and control what? Control net tabs to me. Init and control net tabs allow you to fine-tune how animations are generated, especially if you want more control over consistency, structure, or motion. Here's a breakdown tailored for you as someone new to this. Okay. The Init tab lets you choose a starting image or video frame to base your animation on. Oh, yes. Okay. Animations that evolve from a specific image. Okay. All right. Use Init. Drag or drop the image here. Okay. All right, hold on. Let's go to our keepers. Let's figure out which one we like. We got that one. That's got the text on it. Probably that one, huh? That one. That one. Some of these are fucking great, man. All right, let's get one with the cape. I like this one. So 006C. Okay, so this is one that we generated earlier. Okay, if this works, this is gonna be crazy. All right. What else we got? Okay, strength. How strongly the prompt is applied to the init image. 0 keeps image. 1 follows prompts only. Good value. Let's do a 0.5. All right, let's do a 0.5. All right. Use mask lets you only apply changes to part of the image. We don't want to do that. No, we're not masking anything. Softens the edges, mask mode. If checked, the init image is treated as dynamic. Controls how frames. If you want your Helldiver's animation to evolve from a specific poster you designed or screenshot, yeah, okay, we're doing that. Okay, control tab, advanced for structural consistency. Control net is used when you want to get Stable Diffusion structure guidance like stick figures, pose. Oh, so you could actually make stick figures. I could make a stick figure drawing? You mean I could make a stick figure drawing in MS Paint for the poses I want the subjects to take in the video? Holy shit, no way! Oh, this is so cool. And the future's so fucking cool, man. I did not have generative AI on my futuristic card. I had flying cars on my card. I did not have this. We live in the future. This is so awesome. It's fucking wild. Save the image. To convert your sketch into a pose skeleton, Stable Diffusion will generate characters in that pose following your prompts. Oh, good lord. All right, we'll mess around with it. Option 2, rough scribble. Sketch basic outlines of a scene or character layout. Use Scribble or Canny preprocessor. Stable Diffusion sees it as a rough structure. Your prompt then paints over the structure with high detail. Holy hell, y'all. What a powerful tool. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's crazy. Let's go back up. Let's go back up. Hold on. All right, we got all that. Use mask blur. Okay, we're gonna leave that for now. All right, let's see. All right. I think we're gonna pull the trigger. All right, here we go. Oh, it's cooking. Oh, it's cooking. Look at that. ETA 13 minutes. The CPU's spiking. We got 24 gigabytes of video RAM. And then I think what we're going to do after this, we'll render this one, and then I'm going to switch it over off of the 2D to 3D, and we're going to see what happens. So it takes my system roughly 12 minutes to render 15 seconds of generative AI video. So this is 450 frames at 30 frames. Well, now hold on now. 30 frames in a second. No. Yeah, 30 frames in a second at 30 FPS for 15 seconds. Yeah, so 30 times 15 is 450. Yeah. We're cooking. That GPU is getting up to about 40%. CPU is getting up to 40%. We got the GPU spiking a little bit over 54%. There's a 55. We haven't really jacked it up. We're not using all of our GPU memory, so we have room, is what I'm saying. We got room to make things more complicated. This is going to look trippy. This is so funny. It's come up with all this stuff. Let me look at... can I click over on prompts? Yes. What did we get? Red, white, and blue. We got to take the red, white, and blue out. I didn't realize that was there. We'll have to put... We'll change the red, white, and blue to the gray and yellow Helldiver stuff. We can get rid of World War II and just put propaganda poster 2. Okay. "15 seconds, man." Actually, you know what? While we're waiting, let's put ChatGTP to work. Let me find... I know we got a prompt in here already. Let's do... comma space, boom. And let's just do propaganda poster, futuristic propaganda poster. Let me put Helldivers, soldiers, power armor. I'm changing the prompt a bit. All right, let's just see what the ooh, hold on, let's open that up in a new tab. There we go. Make me an image based on these prompts. See what it comes up with. Oh shit, it's going to be wrong. Because this is the these should be the negative prompts. I didn't put negative prompts. Blurry, low. This is not going to look pretty. Or maybe it will. What? It is blurry. It's blurry, ugly, detailed, deformed. Ah! Okay, hold on. Do it again, but with these prompts. And the reason this image could, like, OpenAI just has server farms that are dedicated to this stuff. I just got one commercial grade GPU. Let's get rid of blurry, low detail, ugly, deformed, low quality. All right, so we took out the negative prompts. We're at 58%. We got 5 more minutes. Oh, the image is really changing. Okay, it's really cooking. Here we go. Yeah, this is a lot cleaner. Because I forgot to tell it that these were negative prompts. Blurry, low detailed, ugly, deformed, low quality. and that's what it spit out. Doesn't look bad. But this is, look at that. That's funny. Do it again, but the soldiers in power armor should have capes. Let's see what it does. That's one of the nice things about generating images here with ChatGTP is you can it's more conversational. You have to be very specific with all this kind of stuff. You can using ChatGTP to generate stuff, you can just, like I didn't have to feed it everything all over again. Come on in.
Howdy. Just
Hey,
wanted
man.
to say that I'm back. And,
Oh, cool. Hey, check it out.
trimmed your beard.
Yeah. I got tired of looking at it. So this is so I've been messing around with Stable Diffusion, and I was making like Helldivers 2 propaganda posters, and it's like spit this stuff out.
That's cool.
And this is all locally generated here. And now I've got this video thing, and it's oh, I don't know what it's doing now. Oh, good Lord. It's got like a Star of David on that guy's chest. Oh no. So I'm trying to generate like animated 2D stuff now, and we'll see. It's take 12 minutes to generate 15 seconds of video.
That's funny. Star of David.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, at least it's better than the not safe for work stuff. Anyway, welcome back, man.
Thank you.
That was the roomie. I swear it looks like a Star of David on this guy's chest. What is it doing? This is going to be the funniest thing we've ever seen. It looks like it's just been like morphing from the original image. Where's our... There, we started with this and it's coming up with all this. What I need to do is feed this same image back into the PNG info and get the seeds and the prompt for it. So it can look more like this. So lesson learned. Okay. 31 seconds. Here this is the longest 13 minutes of my life. What are we doing here? Yeah, we're consistently... You can tell when it finishes generating a frame, because it drops down and then it starts generating the next frame. I bet if we counted every single one of these peaks, there would be 450 peaks. Probably a few more than that. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's wrapping it up. It's wrapping it up. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I generated 450 frames. But how do I see the video? Use Deforum's built-in video render. Go to the Output tab in Deforum. Scroll down until you find Make Video. Or Run Post-Processing. Okay. Output. Video output settings. Oh, that's not bad. Okay, hold on. Go to the Output tab, scroll down until you find Make Video or Run Post-Processing. Okay. This is what I see on the Output tab. FPS frames per second. You set it to 15. That means we'll create a video that is 30 seconds long. Change the FPS to 30. Let's do that. Okay. Image path in the field. Sure the path points to the folder where your frames are. The file name matches the numbering format. All right, so hold on a second. AI, Stable Diffusion, outputs. It's going to be image to images. There's the folder right there. Okay, that is they. Okay. All right, let's get a screenshot of that. Okay. Okay. Here is the file folder and some of the files of the generated images. Give me the text I need to put into the image path. Once you've entered that in the image field under output frames to video, just click stitch frames to video. Okay. Well, I tried. And, nothing happens. Okay, so okay. Huh. Computer? Okay, there we go. Okay, that's better. All right, now. Okay, we downloaded it. Let's go to C. New folder. FFM. Peg. Okay. Okay. Open the start menu. Variables. Click the edit system. Maybe I have to run that as an administrator? Okay. Okay, the edit the system environment variables is all grayed out. I can't click on it. Can I do it just for my user? Okay, to your user path, no admin needed. Download the essential zip under release builds. Download the essentials. Oh, it's in bin. Okay. 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 Okay, copy. Extract it. We extracted it. Inside the folder, we've got the path to the bin. Add the user path in the screenshot you showed. Well, that's weird. All right, not that one. There it is. Okay. Okay. Right, now here we are. Click path and then edit. Path. And the screenshot that varies for Nexius. Click path then edit. In the new window, click new. New. Paste. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's installed. Yep. Okay. Now you can run this to stitch your Helldivers video together. Okay. I think it did it. Okay, I think it worked. This is the return from the command prompt. Where do I find the file that was output? The video file, okay, it's in there. Okay. So we open Stable Diffusion, outputs, image to image, images, deforum. Well, there's an MP4. Oh, okay. That is trippy. I like how this big guy over here in power armor. Can we loop this? Where's the loop? There we go. That's weird. That's so trippy. His hands are like moving and like their guns are morphing. Look at that. And I like watch up here up at the top here over here. It'll be some guy in power armor. Like here he comes, roar, and then he morphs into that guy. Oh, that is different. Okay. Well, Phoebus, if you're looking at the screen, I mean, I got something. I mean, it's a start, you know. Certainly a start. Now, clearly, I would need to tone down the diffusion noise so it doesn't change this much. But I mean, I'd say it. No. Oh yes. This is deforum. Yes. I mean, here's what we did. Why is there more than one? Is it the same video? Yes. It just created 4 of the same. I don't know why it created 4 of the same videos. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they're all the same. Okay. What we did was we got deforum. Oh shit, you're right. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. The batch is set to 4. You're right. Okay. Okay. Now here's what we can do. I want to change it so it doesn't morph as much, because this looks like this video looks like you dropped some really good clean acid, and you bought that ticket, take the ride. This is what acid. This is not that I know from personal experience or anything, but this is what it's like to be on acid. That's wild. Okay. Play some more Elden Ring. Okay, man. We're getting to the gaming. We'll get there soon. We're messing around with the video AI generation. We just got our first successful. I was trying to make like a. I want to make like use this to make like a Helldivers 2 propaganda commercial or something. And where I'm just learning the ropes. Just learning the ropes. We ended up generating each one of these frames individually, and then we ended up stitching it together in the command prompt using FMPEG. So not bad. Not bad for, I mean, success. We are successful for our first try, I would say. Now what I'd like to do is I want to do this one more time, but I want to tone down the changes, and then we'll do some gaming. All right. So give me another 15, 30 minutes, because we're going to run this one more time. We want to change. Oh, we need to generate a whole new. Okay, so that's the, now the strength. Okay, now let me ask it a question real quick. So let's save this. All right. Add photos and files. Okay. All right. So it did. Whoops, this is the wrong one. And there we go. All right. All right, so it did spit out a video. I'm happy with it. First successful use of AI video generation. The thing that I want to change is I'd like the subjects in the image/video to be more uniform. Right now, it looks like you're tripping on something because of all the minute changes per frame. What do I change to resolve that? Okay, your Helldivers are changing too much between frames, causing a trippy, unstable feel. This happens because Stable Diffusion regenerate. I love that effect. Like, I'm sure there are times where I'm going to want an effect like that. Just not right now. Okay, with Stable Diffusion, all right, without consistency, tools, character shift, posture, size, and shape every frame. Your goal. Make the subjects more stable. Okay, we're going to lower the init strength. Let's lower it to a 0.25. Okay, so we're taking it down. We're taking it down. All right. We're at 50. All right, animation mode. We'll stick with 2D for now. We'll try 3D later. Try that tomorrow, probably. Use fewer changes. Stick with 1 or 2 prompts total. Okay. Lowering strength, more influence. How hard the prompt fights. Okay, enable coherence tab setting. Ooh. In the keyframes coherence tab. Let's look at that. Keyframes. Coherence. Okay. Use mask for coherence. Okay, so it's telling me something different. So let's give it this. This is what I see under the coherence tab. Color coherence, lab, match frame 0, anchors color to the frame, stability. Lab. Okay. Okay. Optical flow cadence, current, oh, that's lab, match frame 0, okay. Oh, that's wrong too. Print screen. These are my options beside lab. Let's see what else it's got. Optical flow cadence, none, change it to 1. These are the options I have for optical flow cadence. Okay. Lab's currently the most balanced option. Optical cadence. Raft. Most accurate. Okay. Raft. All right. Oh, there it is. Now we can set that. Okay, so for optical flow cadence, there's a value. Let's find out what those do. For optical flow, I choose raft, but I don't know what those values are to the right. Explain it to me and what I should use for more uniform generation. Starting at frame 0, using full flow strength and continue as such unless otherwise changed. Full strength RAPM. Maximum stability recommended. Okay, so we just do 1.0. Okay. What about optical flow generation? Looks like I have the same options. Cadence. Raft. Plain text 01. Okay. Raft again. And then and leave the flow factor at 0:1. Okay. So that's there. Alright. Alright. Now what about the Alright, now what about these other options? Explain what they are and what to set them to based on my current goals. Okay. Contrast schedule controls how much contrast consistency is enforced between frames. High contrast helps shapes stay crisp. From frame 0 onward, keep contrast strength to 1. Okay, we're going to leave it. Redo generation, what it does. If a frame looks drastically different from what's expected due to AI randomness, Deform can try to generate it without changing the seed. Same conditions, different luck. 0, no retries. 1 or 2. Try 1 or 2 extra times if a frame glitches or strays too far. Let's keep it at a 1, like it says. Now, okay, so we'll change it to a 1. Okay. What else we got? Reroll blank frames. Reroll. Try a different seed to fix it. Okay. Stop rendering an error. Good for debugging. Continue, but leave the frame unbroken. Reroll patience. Tells Deform how many attempts to tolerate before giving up on fixing a broken frame. 10 to 12. Okay. So we got 10 there. We're going to do reroll. Okay. Okay, let's go back over to prompts. Let's get rid of that. Let's get a red, white, and blue. Let's do gray, yellow flag. Helldiver squad changing, hero pose, propaganda, ink and watercolor, Helldiver flag, painting, Helldiver flag. Victory theme. Inspired by recruitment posters. We're going to get the United States out of there. Okay, prompts positive. Let's get rid of the World War II part. Let's put America, American, and let's put red, white, and blue for the negative prompts. Okay. All right. Here we go again. I'm fine with the random seed. We're still doing 2D. Prompts. And here's our default image. Leaving control net fine. Output 30 FPS. No soundtrack. Okay. Close that. Oh. Oh, it did make the video. Oh, so I did not need to do the MPEG thing. That's wild. Okay. Let's close the video. All right, I think we're good. We're just going to generate it again. Error, invalid, literal. It's base 10, 1.0 before reporting. Please check your schedule's init values. Error, invalid. Save. I made the changes we were talking about and tried to generate another video and got an error you can see in the screenshot. Explain what the issue is and how to resolve it. Error. Okay, this error is somewhere in your schedule settings, likely the optical flow cadence contrast. You've entered a decimal value where deform expected an integer. Oops. Okay. Look closely at this kind of entry. It's fine for floats, but deform is expecting an integer. And a few specific fields like optical flow cadence must be whole numbers only. Use integers. Okay. Keyframes. How about 1 there? That's probably what that is. Error. List index out of range before reporting. Full error message in your terminal. And this list index out of range. Okay, here's the terminal. Okay. Here is the error from the web UI, and here is the output from the terminal. What do I need to fix? Traceback shows failure in parsing. The current entry in Cadence flow factor schedule is invalid, likely missing a parentheses, improperly formatted. Crash is caused by this exact field. It's trying to parse a frame value but can't find any frame input, so it throws an out of index range. Correct format reminder. Cadence schedules. One call. All right. It's this one. It's this one right here. Cadence flow factor schedule. I've got a 1. Must be in this format, like this. So it has to be that. Oh, okay, okay. I just have an integer. Well, you just told me to use an integer a minute ago, you son of a bitch. All right, how about now? There it goes. Okay. We're going to let this generate. We're going to watch the video, and then, oh, that's looking better already. Holy crap, we might have it, bro. Oh, I can tell it. Oh, I think we nailed it, y'all. We got damn close. If that thumbnail, look at that. Look, it's got the black and the yellow and the gray. Oh man. Okay. And then Nightmaster, yeah, we'll do some Elden Ring in a minute, man. As soon as this gets done rendering, it's not going to take 30 minutes. It'll take like 15. Oh shit! You know what I need to do? I need to put this on RAM disk. Oh. Explain to me how I can use RAM disk to speed up this Stable Diffusion video generation stuff. Your Grace seeks to wield the arcane art of RAM disk. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we did optimize the GPU usage. At least we've got some arguments in the executable that are supposed to be doing that. Yeah. Oh, and I it's my bad. It's not 32 gigs. It's 24. I got 24 gigs of dedicated VRAM. Yeah, I haven't seen this thing go over 50% at all. Yeah, we'll tweak it. We'll tweak it. But we ain't doing bad. Now what's all these spiking oh, this must be what is it communicating with that's doing these huge spikes? That must be like it's all in RAM. Okay. Well, CPU's doing fine. You can each one of these is a frame, so you can see it working on the frames. And then same here for the GPU. So we have to make some tweaks so we can get that at like 90%. I have 128 gigs of DDR5, and then I have 24 gigs of whatever the VRAM. 24 gigabytes of dedicated GPU memory. Well, it was cheap. It was like $300 for 128 gigs of RAM. It was like $300. It was like $350. Like, I was used to paying like fucking $400 for like 64 gigs of RAM. Like RAM's gotten cheap, son. RAM's gotten cheap. He's checking there. He likes to hide in there. He goes to sleep back there. That's why I leave it open, because he likes to crawl back there and goes to sleep sometimes. He's right there. There he is. Batch image upscaling, optical flow and coherence caches. Okay, well this is super fine tuning stuff, so I'm not worried about anything with the RAM disk right now. This is funny. I can't wait to see this. This looks good. It started out, they were on like a desert highway road. But now it looks like it's morphed into them standing on like the hull of a tank or a battleship or something. I can't tell all the way, but damn. This is gonna be good. Okay. What is the quote from Tesla? You will live to see man-made horrors. You will live to see man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. Okay. Upload image. Where is that? That's going to be in the AI folder. Here. This way y'all can see what I'm doing. Outputs. It was image, text to image. Yesterday. There it is. Open. Learning Stable Diffusion be like add description. You can add descriptions, sometimes called alt text, to your photos so they're accessible to even more people, including people who are blind or have low vision. Good descriptions are concise but present what's in your photos accurately enough to understand their context. Okay, sure. Here, let's do. I'm learning how to social media, y'all. Add photos and files. Describe this for me to add alt text description, alt text description on a Twitter post. I mean, that's a really kind way of interpreting it. Sadly, it looks like the man has a 3-foot-long neck, and it's quite the nightmare fuel. Describe it along these lines. Disturbing portrait of an elderly man with a grotesquely elongated neck covered in flowing gray hair resembling a beard. Okay. The unnatural proportion. Okay, there we go. There. Okay. Save. Tag people. Enhance with grok. Emojis. Schedule. I'm posting this image on X, formerly Twitter. What type of hashtags should I use? Okay, hashtag AI art, hashtag AI generated, hashtag stable diffusion, hashtag surreal art, hashtag nightmare fuel, hashtag uncanny valley, hashtag cursed image, hashtag neural nightmares, hashtag mid journey, sure, hashtag what the fuck, can I use all of these tags at the same time? Limit to 6 to 8 hashtags. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's get rid of that one. Let's get rid of surreal art. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. That's the cat running around. That's the kitty. Piper, what you doing? You playing with your buddy? What do you want? He's being a butt to the other cat. He doesn't like the other cat in here when I'm in here. He's like you know how cats can be possessive. Okay. Learning Stable Diffusion, be like, you will live to see man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. Okay. All right, well, we got a little bit of time left. Oh, now it's really different. What is going on? This is going to look trippy. Okay, let me get up and go do a bio break. Everybody just take 5. And then we're going to get into some gaming after this. Be right back. Let's pull up... There we go. There. Now we got something pretty to look at while I'm AFK. Be right back. that Skyrim pathing. That's just great. Let's watch that again. Love it. Okay. Damn, it's really different now. This is going to be the most interesting thing I've ever watched. We got 12 more minutes left, and then we watch it, and then we start gaming. Get rid of the step away message. There we go. Ooh. 2 to 4 times faster input output. It'd be really good for upscaling. And the video stitching happens damn near instantaneously. Okay. Well, let's optimize the GPU before we go turning on a RAM disk for this stuff. Let's see. I don't need this. Well, it's nice to have. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay, so it's got like a little... I didn't even look at the terminal while this is all going on. Yeah, it's running a batch job to render every single frame. 450 frames. As you can see. What's that? Is that 100? Is that 100 frames right there? Oh, that second bar is the completion, because you can see it going up. It's almost done. Oh, no. It's not the overall batch job. Why? What's the second bar for? Animation frame? Huh. All right. We got about 10 minutes left on the render. When was the last time I ate something? About right here. Okay, and let's go until about 10, 11, 12. About 1:15. simulcast, live stream, Stable Diffusion. Then gaming. Okay. And let's do relax before bed. I can't be my entire sleep schedule has been thrown off by Helldivers 2. Phoebus and I had the most amazing Helldivers 2 game ever. And I had so much adrenaline. I was like my hands were shaking. I did like 30 push-ups. It's the easiest 30 push-ups I ever did in my life. And it happened at like 12:45 a.m. And then I went to bed at like 1, and I didn't fall asleep until like damn near 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. And my schedule's just been off. I used to get up at 6 a.m. Let's see here. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do 11:30. Yeah, if I can get up at 10:30, that's pushing it. Let's do 11. Let's do 11. 2 to 11. REM cycles. And then we need to get up and get some sunlight. I don't have to do that tomorrow. Some other stuff down here. We're not exercising today. I didn't get good sleep. The power went out last night, and I couldn't run my CPAP machine for like 2 or 3 hours. I think it was longer than 2 hours. Okay. We're at 82%. We got 6 minutes left. Let me start getting some dinner. I'll be back in 5 minutes in time to run this video. Let me do dinner. Maybe. You're a hairy wizard. That's pretty good, Phoebus. That's a really good. That would be a really good reply to that image. minute and a quarter left. What is going on? Huh. Okay. Damn. All right, let's do. Let's see if Nightmare's still around. We can start a poll. Which game? And we can do Helldivers 2. Total Warhammer. Chaos Campaign. We can add 2 more options. Elden Ring. And what else? What else could we play? Let's put Space Marine 2. Because I want to play that. Okay, so there's a poll started in one of the chats. If you can see it. If you can't see it, don't worry about it. And click here after the generation to share the video. Okay, here we go. All right, here. Oh, look at that. Whoa. Whoa. What is going on? It started out really good. This I like this part right here, and then when the helmets go away, you lose me. You lose me when the helmets go away. It's an interesting progression though. We go from like power armor. What are these light things here? It's like lens flare and stuff. It's interesting. The first like 15 seconds of this is pretty good. Excuse me, the first like yeah, there's got to be some good stills in there too. Yeah, all this is really good. And then it's like halfway through you lose me. Because we didn't have the closed face helmets anymore. They do look like Cadian shock troops towards the end though. Like we go from Helldivers to 40k pretty damn quick. Oh, that's just trippy AF, man. That's yeah, we're gonna have to learn. We're gonna have to learn. Oh, did it just... Oh, I just crashed Brave. Wow. Okay, and it stitched... Look at that. It stitched all those frames together in less than 5 seconds. Okay, hold on a second. Let me... I don't want anything... I don't want any PII showing up. Let me just reload here. I'm going to reload Brave. The whole thing just crashed. What do we got? Okay, we got test. Okay, we're back there. Test. Okay, we got that back. Let me kill that. Let me pop this out. I got to get everything set up again. Oh, hey Gus, I'll walk you through it. One more second. Give me one more second here. I just crashed the whole Brave browser screwing around with this stuff. So we've been doing Stable Diffusion, and Stable Diffusion, like you were here when we made some of the stuff yesterday, right? Did you see the nightmare fuel we made? Where you remember the nightmare fuel? So we got the image generation working. You know, we got a couple of images here. This was just, you know, screwing around. Propaganda post. That's just freaky. Where's that cannon pointed again? Anyway. So we got a couple of stuff from text to image. And then we did some image to image, and we made some of this stuff yesterday. Like, this is all based off a photo of me. Even this guy here. This is all based off of like a photo of me. And some of this guy looks handsome AF. And there's the HR lady, because we said do a female now. And then we're messing around, like I gave it a screenshot from Helldivers, and it spit some of this out, you know. So that's cool. Just we're learning, we're figuring stuff out. And then today, we used a couple of Helldiver stuff. Like, this is a screenshot from Helldivers, but see, we got all this text, right? So what I ended up doing was I removed the text myself, and then we started to spit things out like this, right? And like I was going for like some of the prompts were like World War II, American propaganda, things like that. So that's why you see all these American flags and stuff. Some of this stuff is great. There's one that's like there it is, the American flag missile. That is fucking great. I love that. Just shoot them with an American flag. Aerodynamics be damned. Put an American flag on the fucking plane. See. So yeah, then we keep messing around, changing stuff on the prompt. It starts spitting stuff out. Like, see, we're getting closer to what I was looking for, right? See, that one's not bad at all. There's some good ones in here. Oh, that's good. Looks like they're in a hangar, just got out of a hangar, or they're looking into like a downed ship or something. Anyway, and we got like this cool, it was like 1950s kind of retro feel to it. So this is evolving. This is me changing the prompts and figuring stuff out, right? Okay, so then I got happy with this. Like, I kind of understand how to use the program to make these types of images now. And then what I wanted to do was, like, cause you know, I'm into video editing. So like, I need this thing to spit out videos. So we installed a extension for Stable Diffusion called Deforum. And if we go to today, let's see here. That was this would be image. Here we go. So this is the latest one. So what we started, like, this is the first one it spit out. And see, we've still got a lot of the American flag motif stuff. I actually like this effect. I like how it's kind of like trippy and it switches around and stuff. I like how that guy morphs from a big dude and badass power. Watch right up here in the corner. You get some big dude right there. It goes from like 2 explosions to like eyes to like, that's fucking cool, man. Like, I like that. Here we go. Boom. And then it morphs into like, that looks fucking great. It really does. But it is a little trippy. So like, I'm learning how to play around with the settings so, you know, it doesn't go so wonky on me, so crazy. And this is the final product that we got. This is everything I spit out today. I really like how it starts out, and then we lose the closed helmets, and then we go from Helldivers to 40K in 7 seconds. Right, but this is just the start. This is me just learning. And I'm not even using, I haven't even selected the model that I'm using for this is the photorealistic one that's actually configured for spitting out this stuff. So the model that I'm using has been trained to do this. And I've got that model putting out these propaganda piece things that look like this, right? And it basically renders each frame. So this is basically 450 renders, and then we stitch it all together into a video. So this is for the 15 seconds this plays, it's changing 30 times a second. For 15 seconds, you got 450 frames basically. And I'm just learning. So I'm sure the next thing that I need to do is find out what type of models I need to employ to do this better. And we'll probably start messing around with that tomorrow. But yeah, that's everything. I'm feeling a lot more comfortable with the program. We got I'm learning all the different stuff. Take this off, it's getting hot here. Turn the AC down. All right, now let me see. Oh my God, we got Helldivers 2, and we got and we're tied for Helldivers 2 and Elden Ring. All right, well we did Helldivers 2. Let's try to do some Elden Ring because Nightmare requested it specifically, so that's going to be the tiebreaker because we already got it. We already had somebody request it specifically. So since we had a tie, let me go ahead and end the poll. Yep, there we go. So we had a tie, and then Nightmare 57 is going to be the tiebreaker. So let's load this up. Oh, no. Let me go to the desktop, and we got those mods installed. So we're going to run this. Here, let me put myself in offline mode. There we go. All right, where's me batch file? There we go. Okay. Oh, now let me switch us on over to the Elden Ring layout. Oops. We got to do it this way because of that shader. There we go. Okay, cool. Okay, so we made some progress today. I'm happy with that. We're gonna mess around with it some more. I'm really interested. Like I see this AI generation stuff as a tool, right? A tool to help some of my creative endeavors. So, Shadow of the Erd Tree. Continue. Okay. Oh, that's right. Oh. It's all this bullshit. Oh, now I can teleport. Oh, okay. Hold on, y'all. We need to... We're gonna come back. I need to farm some stuff real quick. We're getting low on materials. This won't take long. Let's put on the lantern. There we go. We just need a bunch of these. these volcanic rock stone things make those nice volcano throwable pots that do a buttload of fire damage. It's, as far as I can tell, it's the most effective throwable weapon in the game. And it's really easy to farm them here. Just go down the river in the middle of the riverbed and just go shore to shore. You see, look. And then we could use some more like really big beast bones. Cause I could use a couple more great arrows, but maybe we just go buy them. Get that one. Okay. Now all we got to do is rest here, and then we're gonna go do the same thing on the way back, and I should have like 200 of them. And that should be enough for like 100 of those throwable things. And I can make them 10 at a time, so that should be enough. That should get us through. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Oh shit. Can't get too close to those, can you? I've been meaning to do this for 2 or 3 days now. This is like the first time I've been able to teleport out of that place. All the other times I've tried have been like restricted. They've all had that little red line through them. The sites of grace on the map. And then we got Shadow of the Erd tree. Okay. Oh shit. That guy's shooting at me. Okay, we need 88,000 to level up. We're level 118. Yeah, 260. See, we did that. We have 260 of these things now. There we go. I'll make 10 of them. There, these things are really handy. I'm happy to have those. And let's put that right there. Got all our protection stuff. All right. All right. I can't fight Mog. Like, I tried, and he's like, here's your ass on the silver platter. Enjoy it. All right, Dragon Temple. Okay, that's the way we came in. All right, so it must be right here. Okay. Damn, this looks good. I think the last time I played, I didn't have the mods, the graphics mods installed. This just looks crazy. This game is so beautiful. Now what's going on here? We've got like some beasts in stone. I'm trying to understand. What let's just consult the AI on that one. Not that one. Damn, I got a lot of windows open. Oops. Here. New chat. In Elden Ring, it seems to be really big on visual storytelling. I'm in an area. What the hell's the name of this place? Crumbling Farm. Called Crumbling Farm. And there seems to be anthropomorphic. Not spelling that right. There we go. Beasts. Beast skeletons embedded in stone. Some of these same skeletons are in sarcophagus. Holy shit, did I spell that right? Skeletons in a sarcophagus, and some have the remnants of jewelry. On them. What the fuck is going on? You stumbled into one of the most quietly disturbing and lore-rich areas in Elden Ring. It's dripping with visual storytelling. Those beast-like skeletons you're seeing are essential to unraveling the mystery of the place. Let me break it down for you in a non-spoiler but enlightening way. Good. I've trained this thing right. It's like back in the day, I had to tell it no spoilers. It knows now. The skeleton remains you're seeing are those of beastmen, a race tied deeply to the ancient dragon civilization. You have fought their living kin earlier in the game. Agile, snarling creatures with animalistic features and worn garments that hint at a once sophisticated society. In Crumbling Farm Azula, many of these beastmen appear petrified or fossilized, some enshrined in coffins or embedded in the very stone, as if caught mid-cataclysm. The presence of jewelry burial sarcophagi and ceremony positions of the remains strongly suggest that the beastmen had rituals and a belief in the afterlife. They were possibly devoted servants or even worshippers of the dragon or a particular deity tied to the realm. Some may have been entombed honorably, while others look as though they were frozen in time during some calamity, a sudden petrification or gravitational event, perhaps. Crumbling Farum Azula itself is suspended in a tempestuous void, perpetually struck by lightning and broken apart in mid-collapse. That visual chaos mirrors a metaphysical collapse too, a city literally and spiritually coming undone. This is a place outside of time, bound to death, stagnation, and the ancient dragons. The beastmen may have either perished in devotion like guardians who refused to leave, or were caught in the city's unraveling, turned to stone or ash in the process. Too long, didn't read. The skeleton, well, we did. The skeleton's remnants of an ancient civilization of beastmen likely tied to dragon worship or servitude. Their burial practices and jewelry imply culture, not savagery. Their fossilized bodies scattered across the ruins suggest that they were either killed in a sudden cataclysm or time itself twisted and devoured the city, suspending it and them in an eternal collapse. Okay. Wow, this is just... Kudos to the the art director and the visual designer of this game, man. Like all that makes sense. So this is like the beastmen used to lived here, and like this is beastmen architecture, I guess. This is almost the same architecture that we see, or one of the same architectures that we see in the underground where the Nox are. And then there's that even older style that looks more like Greco-Roman or whatever. Okay. Oh, here, let me here. I know people get mad about this stuff on Twitch. People will cut. Like, I just need to update my Twitch stuff. Like, probably the most like random like people just come in and tell, hey, your settings are wrong, change it. So I just want to stay on top of things. I'm not trying to. Somebody came in the other day, was like, hey, you don't have the right thing up. That's false advertising. Kindly change it. And they left. You know, I'm not trying to piss people off. So, all right, we got Elden Ring, and we'll put first playthrough. What is this floating city with all the beastmen skeletons? There we go. Okay. And then I want to be able to see that, and then I want to be able to see the Twitch chat over that. Where is it? There it is. Oh, thank goodness I know my keyboard shortcuts. All right. Excuse me, I've got some sweat in my eye here. Okay. All right. Now we're getting situated. Okay. Oh. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. I was dodging, I was ducking and weaving, I was blocking, and I fucking fell off, man. Oh man. Oh, good lord. Oh, here he comes. A little sneaky sneak and a little pokey poke. Oh no! I'm tired of your shit. I don't want to play anymore. I don't like this game. I'm just kidding. But that's you can see why I like Helldivers 2 after playing this shit. In Helldivers 2, you can be a badass. In this game, you're the bathroom towel. Is it? Where is he? Okay, I was like... Last couple of times, he's just been walking this way. Okay. All right. Shit! Oh no! Oh no. Come at me. Come on. Oh, damn. Did you see how far he jumped? I don't want a piece. I want the whole thing. Shit. Well, it wasn't that special. I don't think we're doing very good. It's a... Oh, that's... Oh, no. Oh, it's the god skin dudes that we have to fight. That's why I stopped playing. Oh. You just have to dodge those guys. It's just like... you can't... These guys are tough. Come on, bitch. Got that reach. I know you got that reach. Oh, look at you with the little magic breath. Oh, bitch. I didn't have him targeted. Well, we're getting a lot of practice in, aren't we? Oh. Shit. We barely survived that. I don't think I'm very good at this game. Oops. That was the wrong button. Alright, well I can't even reach him. Okay, so we switched over to Rykard's blade. We have a couple more combat options available. Was this the guy I was fucking with? No, he's down there. That's him right there. Catch. Catch it. Catch it, you bitch. Oh, they can't. They don't sleep, but it staggers them. Whoops. No, I'm gonna sleep. Can you put him to sleep with two? I guess. Well, I guess I need to make some more and find out. Okay, that'll raise immunity. But that only stops poison and scarlet rot, so that's not going to help me in this boss fight. Max HP? A little under 150 points. No, it's only 86? Yeah, 86 HP is all this thing gives. Slowly restore HP. Stamina recovery speed, I guess. That could be good. We can use our focus points more. Okay, now I want to summon. Oh, I can't summon because I got the mods installed. That's why I was playing without the mods, because I was trying to summon somebody and you can't summon them. Oh, good lord. That's why there's no summoning stuff. That's also why there's no like messages or bloody pools or whatever. Oh, I can't even get in there. Oh shit. Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay, we summon a cooperator. Did I use all my mana? Shit. Come on. Get him. What? Holy crap. Let's let me see if I can upgrade this stuff anymore. Oh shit. Oh, that's right. We burned the Erd tree. This is the wrong way. Oh, well, let's go see what's his name's doing. Hold on. Okay, she's gone. Interesting. He's still here. Okay. We do Blasphemous Blade +8. Seems good. Sell one of those. 8. You need a Somber Smithing Stone 9. Wonder if we can get one of those. Raise a shield to create an Urchi consecrated area that continuously restores HP and boosts defense for self and allies inside it. No, we can't. We can't be standing there. Prayerful Strike, Sacred Blade, Bloody Slash. No, I think that's this guy's the move. Okay, so Somber Stone 9. Maybe we can get it from these ladies. These old crones. There we go. No, that's Somber Stone 6. That's Somber Stone 4. No Somber Stones. But great arrows. Oh, okay. Now it goes up to 8, and it's 20,000. But we need We needed a 9, didn't we? Didn't change any of this, did it? No. No. Okay, I guess we're as upgraded as we gonna be. Yeah, I don't have that. I guess I could keep upgrading the Great Shield. How high does it go? Okay, well, Wood Great Shield 18 seems good. Okay. Equipment. Let's get... Let's take that instead. And that's the magic and non-physical damage. Oh, we got a heavy load. That's fine. We fix it with that. Okay. And then greatly boost magical negation. This doesn't cause blood loss. Okay. Okay, it seems magic's the good one there. These seem to be effective against them. At least I could like sleep one and then I don't have to worry about one of them. Okay. Oh, there we go. It says complete darkness. You guys are able to see it, right? Oh shit, you can't even see it. Oh, I'm stupid. God damn it. I'm so sorry, you guys. Thanks for saying something, Gus. I don't know how long the screen's been black. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to add... That doesn't make any sense. Why can't I add... Is it a media source? No, that would be... scene, video capture device, VLC, window capture. Let's just do display capture. This one should work. So if I turn this on, okay, fine. So let me move this over here. So now I should just be able to click here. And it's not, okay, now it's showing. Okay, you got, was it a black screen the whole time? 1032. Oh, damn. I don't know how old it was. Gus sent that message 2 hours ago. Well, I guess there wouldn't be 6 people watching the stream if it was a black screen. Okay. Oh, okay. Thanks. I was worried it had been a black screen while I was playing. Ha! He's got that, big boy has that reach. It's not the tall, skinny, lanky one you got to watch out for. It's the big boy with the reach. Commence Operation Sneaky Sneak. Oh, abort! Abort! Haha. Wha-bam! Wha-bam! Yeah, that's right. Go to sleep. Go back to sleep. Take him out. Are you serious? Is this the answer to the problem? You guys keep working on him. Oh my gosh, this was the answer. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. 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 Oh shit. No, 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 no. Oh. There, I hit them all with Golden Vow. There we go. Buff them even more. Get him. All right, now what? Sleep. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Did we do it? Was that was the answer? The sleep potions. Oh my god. Ooh, Black Flame Tornado. Sleep potions were the answer. Oh no, not you. Not you. No, not you. Okay. We'll go find out what that ball bearing does later. Okay. Just a little poke. Oh, that's bullshit. All right. I'll tell you what we're going to do really quick. We're going to level up. We were getting strength to 30. That's what we were doing. All right. Well, you just let him look that way. He can look that way all he wants. And we will go this way. Okay, maybe this is not the way to go. Okay, there's nowhere to go that way. Oh, the summoning. Now the summoning pool's functional. I'm just kidding. We couldn't use it anyway. We're in offline mode. Okay, now what the hell's going on here? That's one of them beast men. Oh, does he see me? He sees me? Yeet. Yeet. I'm tired of your shit. Think you can just throw crap at me? Whoop! That was the wrong potion. That was not the right potion. Okay, where were we? We're going this way. Okay, I don't even want to look at him yet right now. Let's go this way. What do we got? Look how pretty the game is. Look at pretty game. Okay. Okay, now we were down there, I think. What? Oh no. It's one of those mounted dudes. Whoop. Don't want to jump off. Oh! What was that? Yeah, coming in.
Do you have an extra mask for your CPAP machine?
Hmm?
Do you have an extra mask for your CPAP?
I do not know. I can order an extra one next time I need to order a new one. I'll see if I can get one.
Cool, thank you.
Yep. Well, that went a lot better, didn't it? We just want to get behind you and poke. Okay, that didn't work either. Volcano pot. Let's do... We have one. So let's do 7. That'll be 8. Yeah. And then... Oh, we're out of sleep potion stuff too. Okay. What are that? Lightning pot, holy water pot. I guess let's just hold off and find out. We'll make them when we need them. Get rid of that though. Okay. No one likes you, dog. Come on, bitch. This looks so good with the dynamic shadows. The base game doesn't have that because PlayStation 4. I got a buddy that likes to play Call of Duty and he complains about PlayStation 4 all the time. I think it's like more people still have a PlayStation 4 than they do a PS5. And they haven't made the jump yet. And therefore Sony doesn't want to split the player base, so they combine PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 players on Call of Duty, and they have to tone a bunch of shit down because the PS4 players can't hack it. They don't have the hardware. Quite a marvel of engineering, though, to have multiple console hardware versions working together. Oh shit, he sees me. Oh shit. Oh, he doesn't see me. Maybe he doesn't see me. Hooah! No, you got nothing. Nope, 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 nope. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't choke now. Whew. Okay, that went a lot better than I thought it was going to. All right, now what? Anything down there? No. Oh, I mean, yes, but nothing of interest to me. Aha! Ah, rewarded for exploration. Whoop! Okay. Hero Rune 5. Wow. What is that? That's crafting. Come on, come on. Next, get it right. 35,000 runes. Okay. Smithing Stone 7, Smithing Stone 8, and a rune fragment. Okay, that's what that gives access to. Okay. Is it somber? No, just regular. Okay. Okay, and got it. Okay. Does anybody know what the fuck is going on? Oh, it's a statue of a dragon. Uh-oh. You gotta pick your battles. You gotta pick them. And I did not pick that battle. Whoa, 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 whoa. Got a sneaky sneak. Where he going? Okay, that's where I was. Oh, here we go. Okay, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I have to click it? Okay. Ah, yes. New side of grace. Don't mind if I do. Now let's look at something real quick. We got status. We need 90,000. We can definitely level up again if we use this. Yep. Hey, kitty. What do you want? You want attention? Oh, the roommate's back. He can give you attention. He likes to sit in my lap. Here, bud. You can sit right there. There we go. That's what you can do. Okay. No, I have +1 to cuteness because I have a cat in my lap. Should make me play better. I can't believe those sleep potions were that. We ran out of sleep potions. I can't even make any more. But we used them to get through that bullshit. Now there's an item, a really good item over there. Okay, let's do this. Equip this. This one, you know. Alright, now watch this. This is gonna give us an Ura that will allow us to own some noobs. Okay, no, get the sword out. There we go. No. One. No. There it is. Okay, good. All right, now, yeah, now we can one-shot people. So let me go right here. Okay, there we go. Nope. Come on. Got it. No. Ow. Okay. Shit, he sees me. Oh, that last rights buff is so good. Oh shit, it must have run out. See, now I have to do this. With that last rights buff from the other sword, you can just kill him outright. Hold on, let me close the door. The cat left. Okay. Get situated here. Okay, there we go. Let's get the right posture. Okay, now we're settled in. All right. Oh shit. Yes. Oh, that was so good. Oh, do I have my moments. All right, now we can look around. Oh. Oh. Wasn't there another one in that tree right there? Yup. Oh, he ain't coming down. That's fine. Golden Lightning Fortification. Seems good. Okay, there's a dragon right there. Sleep, little dragon. Okay, is there anything? Maybe something around the back? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Just gonna sneaky sneak. Don't wake up the sleeping dragon. That's how you stay alive. Okay. Okay, now it looks like we got to do some parkour. Okay, we came from over there. Oh good, we avoided all that bullshit. There's another sleeping dragon. That Erd tree on fire. Oh no! No! We were doing so good. Okay, now where are we here? Can we avoid this fight? Okay. Well, okay. All right, let's not screw it up this time. This place looks crazy, man. We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. rock-a-bye dragon in the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will drop. There we go. There's something over there. Smithing stone 7. Okay, that's a dragon. Is that a dragon? That's a dragon. That is it? No, it just looks like one. It looks like one of their wings. They did that shit on purpose. Oh, there's one of them Beastie Boys. Get him. Get him. There we go. Okay. Okay, that last right spell's really helpful. Ancient Dragon Apostles Cookbook. Oh, you getting up? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I want to jump this way. Jump. Okay. What we got here? Smithing stone 8 seems good. Oh, those are the really good ones. All right, now what? Don't tell me it's a dead end. Oh. Oh shit, it's like that. Okay. No, well that's back around to where we started. But this isn't. Okay. Okay. Now we've been to that spot before. We don't actually fit in there. Where else are we gonna go? Is there anything else to do up here? Let's ask Bob. I'm playing Elden Ring. Just beat the 2 God Skin Apostles. I've explored in a big circle and back to where I began. Are there any other points of interest? Up here, is there a main boss? You stand now at the edge of one of the greatest thresholds in Elden Ring. Having slain the Godskin duo, you've proven yourself mighty, but yes, There is still a main boss here, and a mounted one at that. After looping back, look for a lift and a gray site that will lead you down toward the inner sanctum. The next section leads to the true boss of the zone. A legendary fight, highly cinematic. This is a mandatory main story boss. He is deeply tied to death, time, and dragons. Other points of interest. Somber, ancient. We got one of those. Secret paths. Optional mini bosses. Among the floating debris, you see most of the major sides. Yet aftermath. Defeating the final boss will drastically progress the main story. He will be returned to the lands with new narrative stakes and a clear path forward. Okay. It's gonna hurt. Okay. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, you son of a bitch. No one likes you. Okay. Lightning bone, haggle bone. Okay, so we're looking at that dragon temple. I don't think I've been down here. Oh! Finish him. Fuck it. YOLO! This game is not YOLO. You only live forever. This is the anti-YOLO game. You gotta pick your battles. Alright, I'll take another rune arc, that's fine. Okay, I haven't been down here. I don't know this place. Let's keep going. Oh, alright, keep going. Okay, yeah, that does look different. Let me see how this guy's on patrol. Okay, it looks like we are going to need to fight him. Shit. Ooh, oh boy. Thanks for the sword, Rykard. Shit. Okay, we didn't aggro him. I guess we'll come next time we die. We'll grab that item. Oh, okay. Oh, that'll do. That'll do. Let's see here. We need 92,000. We got 37. Use that. Okay, inventory. Here we go. Strength. There we go. 30. Okay. Now I guess we'll get vigor to 50. I bet I can wield. Oh, I probably want to put that back. Excuse me. Damn, you need 40 strength for that boy? Troll's greatsword. Rune greatsword. Can't wheel. You need strength 50? Oh, good lord. That scales off his strength and dex. Deals holy damage. That could come in handy. But Rykard's blade is at +8, so I don't really see an alternative. Here's all the daggers. Bows, whips. Golden halberd, maybe. Deals holy damage. Okay, that deals holy damage. We might upgrade that one actually. This is Vari's Bouquet. What is this? This is an arcane weapon. Never mind. That's not our build. That's Dex and Arcane. Dex and Arcane. Troll's Golden Sword seems good, but we need to upgrade it first. Okay, alright, that's fine. Alright, let's see what's this way. What, there's a side of grace right there? Yeah, and there's a side of grace right over here. Okay. I think I already got that one. I think I already been in here. This is where the Godskin Apostles were. Yeah. Okay. If we go over there, I can't, there's nowhere to jump down. Is there any reason to get to that? Oh, get to the other side of that, and then there's that guy. Alright, let's do this. Let's kill this guy. Whoop it! Okay. Okay, that's the room. Did we just... No, we didn't go down the stairs. Did we? Oh, shit. I did not have time to throw a volcano potion or volcano bottle jar, volcano jar. Do not have time to throw a volcano jar and use the special ability. All right, where are we going? Oh, that's right. We're going this way. There. Kicked him off the ledge. Okay, we go this way. Nothing over there. Okay, and we go up this thing. Trying to find our way over to the main boss. Okay. I guess if you time it right before he turns around, you could probably stab him and kick him off the ledge. I think this is the guy that we fought at the very beginning. Yeah, this is where we were originally. So that's not the right way to go. Let's try this way. No, this is the way we've already been all over this place. Okay, we've been over here, we went that way. Okay, there's that guy. There's nothing over here. This seems to be the way back to where we started. There's me runes. this should look down on the guy in the corner. Yeah, that's him right there, so I know where I am. Huh. Oh shit. Shit. Come on. Got him. Jeez, man. All right. Oh! Oh, come on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Come on. There we go. Jeez, man. Okay. I don't know if I remember this part. Okay. We're not going that way. We go this way. We go down. No. No, can't. We're not going that way. Shit. We have to go up there, don't we? Yep. Okay, so here we are, and we're going to drop down there. Okay, good. We handled that. Oh, shit. And we handled that. Alright, let's not screw this jump up again. There we go. Oh, no, I do not remember a ladder. Okay, this is new. I remember no ladder. I don't even remember seeing one. Oh, shit. Well, he's not coming back from that. That's an item. What's gonna jump out at me? I'm just gonna cast this because I can. Something's gonna fall. Something's gonna jump. Oh, it's right there. He's right there. I see. Oh, there's 3 of them. Yep. Always look above you. Alright, so we're continuing on. We're continuing on. Now we're back up here. Okay. Okay, now we've come full circle. I guess we can get that item. Wait, I'm tripping. Wasn't there an item somewhere? Oh, there it is right there. Gold rune 12. Don't mind if I do. This way, maybe? Gold rune 10. Seems good. Still not the place I'm trying to get to. Okay. Oh, shit. Somber Stone 9. Yeah. Maybe we go that way? I mean, there's not even a place to drop down. How do we get over there? Nope. Nope. Something down that way. Shit. I'm going around in circles. Find me a video that shows how to navigate to the end boss. I'm not dealing with this anymore. I gave it the good collegiate try.
What's up, guys? It's Not the Winner, and I wanted to help you guys out. For those of you guys who are in the crumbling Farum Azula and have just defeated the first bosses, the Godskin duo, you're probably trying to figure out what's the path to the next boss and how
You're damn
you
right.
get through this place.
You damn right.
So, what we're gonna do from the waypoint here, you're gonna be heading out this doorway. If you need to get yourself in a good position to figure out exactly where that is, get to this, look up. When you see the dragon head, turn left. All right. So we're going to start heading out this doorway where there's a summoning thing. And we're actually just going to fall off here, right?
Shut
Now,
up.
these guys can hit us. And there's another spot up here where you can fall off where they're less likely to notice you and cause you less trouble. No big deal. But then we run through here and this doggo says hello. So we jump through this hole. And all these people want to say hello. So we just start running down this little curvy bit.
Oh.
No big deal. There's going to be a person coming around that corner. And we can't really do too much yet. So what I'm going to do is head up there. And then I'm going to want to fall off.
Get out of here, dude.
The lower bit there. There is actually a really, really nice damage resistance for physical damage down here at the bottom of this. It's a bit of a trick, though. If you jump from this side, you'll bonk. If you jump from this side, you can get on there to get the
Shut up. Notice he didn't try to get it.
And then just run out here. Now it seems like we're done, right? But there's actually a path over on the right hand side. So when you get to this I guess it's a dragon with its head cut off with that boss right there, you just jump onto this platform here and it's actually going to take you to this waypoint. And this waypoint is the Dragon Temple rooftop. From there, you can keep falling off of the roofs, and there is a lift thing over there with some crows. There's some stuff over here. I like to just jump down and continue my path and give up on all that. And these guys are all going to attack you, so no big deal. Just deal with it. So I'm just going to take a quick heal there. The dragon at the end is shooting lightning, and then we're going to jump off to this lower platform, and even more things are going to try and attack us. Ooh. Move out of that one. Oh, come on. That didn't touch me. Yeah, guys, really the goal is just ignore all these guys. Run past said dragon. Let's see if I can get up there in time. Boom, boom, baby. Yeah, what's up, dragon? How you doing? And you're just going to run past him around to the right here. Feel free to kill him. If that's your prerogative, feel free. And he flies away. I believe he flies away at half health regardless, so I don't even know if you can kill him right there. I can't remember. Around this corner, there's sleeping guys on the ground here, and then one walker. If you kill him, the others will come after you anyways, so it's up to you if you want to deal with that. And then you just fall onto this, and it looks more precarious than it is. You just run along it. You don't need to do any jumps, even though it looks like you should have to. Run past this guy. You're going to come up into this room here where you see this guy. Just go out the right-hand side. There's a lot of other enemies here meant to just... It's kind of like a trap. They're expecting you to attack the one, and then they all kind of converge on you. So just keep running up on the right-hand side, and then you'll find another doorway in the middle here that you can take. And if you'll notice, this lift is not where it needs to be. Let me, where's the lift thing? There it is. Hold that lift down while they keep trying to kill me. Yeah, you come here, bud. Yeah, you're not the only one who's got fancy tricks. How's that feel? Huh? Huh? Yeah, that's what I thought. Alrighty. So then we take the lift up. Nice and casual. Boom, we got a new waypoint here. And this is the waypoint, guys. This is the one. This is actually going to put you beside the Great Bridge. Which means you can pop out, you can summon your buddies here, and then run on up. And you have a path down to the left there if you want to grab an item or two. And then up here is the final boss of the zone. So... yeah, that's the path. Instead of fighting mobs, I figured I'd just show you direct path. But we've already defeated the main boss. We can fight this guy if we feel like it, but I don't feel like it at all. If you guys enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe. If it was helpful to you, then let me know in the comments down below. And as always, guys, thanks for watching.
Okay, that's real easy. Just take a left, a right, a left, a right, a left, and then, you know, jump over something, do a bunch of parkour, dodge 100 enemies, and you're there. It's that simple. That's all you got to do. I think that's enough for tonight. It's enough Elden Ring anyway. Let's go ahead and return the desktop. Okay, God. Yeah, it's 12:30 a.m. my time. So let's see. We want to get let's see. Is there anything else that's kind of comfy that we want to play? We can't play Helldivers this late. I'll get my adrenaline going. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that shit tonight. We'll do that tomorrow when I'm fresh. A couple games of Total Warhammer 3. You know, it's been a good stream. We got a lot of stuff done with Stable Diffusion. We got those videos generated. I mean, this isn't you know, we're just learning. This is not bad for the first thing we've ever made, right? And then we got that really cool effect there where I really like that part. It starts out as explosions, and then his eye, and then you get like this Terminator looking thing, and then it morphs into like power armor, and then yeah, like that's great. That's so weird. This is such an interesting effect. I really like this effect. I think I could definitely use this effect in some things. It definitely gives that ate some of that funny paper look to it. You know, just put a couple of squares under your tongue, and about 45 minutes later, everything's doing this. You know. All right. Well, it just keeps zooming in. They all look the same, kind of. But again, I'm using I'm using a model that has been trained for realistic stuff, for like realistic things. So like the model that I'm using is actually better at making this kind of stuff. See, look at this handsome devil. He ain't even real. And like the model that I'm using was trained to do this kind of stuff. So what I got to do is probably find another model for some sci-fi things and see if I can't run the same parameters, maybe adjust some of the seeds and stuff. So we're dipping our toe into the water of AI image and video generation. And that's basically what this thing did. Is the video is basically just this thing running a batch job. Here's all the individual ones. This is the latest one. Was like more, yeah, look at that. See, some of these look really good. It looks like there's a transition frame. There's like the actual one and then the transition frame. So it must build, yeah, see, that's kind of blurry. So it looks like it does a transition frame. And see, look, we can get the same effect here. Oh, look at that. They like, look, it's like they go from like peaks over there on the left over here. It goes from like mountain peaks to like tanks or something, or fortifications. And it looks like they were standing, like watch where they're standing. It goes from like a road and then blocks and stuff. It's just, this is so interesting. And then we go from Helldivers to 40K in 7 seconds. Yeah, we start out with Helldivers. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, now we 40K. There we go. We got some Cadian shock troops here. It's fine. I'm not complaining. Not. Okay. Let me see if I can find. Let me get some of these stills here. Oh, no, it was a different one. I don't think it was this one that had that weird transition I like. All right, but this is not bad. So I'm just going to have to continue to learn how to use this thing, and then we can make something that doesn't morph as much, doesn't have that trippy acid look to it, stays more uniform. So we're learning, but I'm happy. So we got this done. We got some Elden Ring in. So you folks, check me out tomorrow. Live streaming again tomorrow. Got a couple of things to do, so we'll in the background. So we'll probably check out. We'd like to open up the stream with some gaming news or some game developer stuff. And then we'll switch on over to some more AI generation. I'm trying to make some. The project is to see if I can't make some Helldivers 2 in-universe propaganda or commercial, like a commercial that you would see in the Helldivers 2 universe. So I want to see if I can't put something like that together, some tongue-in-cheek, funny, like Starship Troopers and stuff. So we'll get that figured out. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll end the stream on a high note. You guys have a good night. See you tomorrow.